What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison!
Double 20 leads tops. Perfect for Painter. Now double 8.
Game shot on the
Finds
third
double
leg.
8.
Richard Roland.
Oh, there it is.
Second legs.
Double 18 for a break
Game
of
shot on the
throw.
first leg.
Finds the second treble, double 10.
Game
What am I talking
shot.
about for the match? Double 8 for the
Game
win.
shot on the
Tops for Jay. Bent the wire last time.
game shot on the fifth
That's what it's all about, is
Terry
Teddy
Jenkins.
Jenkins. Double 16. That's
Game
more like
shot
it.
on
2026 begins here at the Modus Super Series with Seniors Showdown, the first of 50 weeks of live darts, all free on Pluto TV. The action gets underway very shortly. Hi there, welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth as the Modus Super Series kicks off for another calendar year, but it hasn't been the first darts we've seen in 2026 because yesterday the ADC Global Champion was crowned, and that champion was Jack Tweddle. We'll get stuck into Senior Showdown very shortly, but first joined by the Golden Girl Trina Gulliver, who's not only part of the field this week, but also part of our commentary and punditry team here at the Super Series. And let's start with yesterday's success for Jack Tweddle. What a day for him. ADC Global Champion and £60,000 richer as well.
Yeah, I'm pleased for Jack. He played really well. He stuck in and ground it out, didn't he, throughout the whole tournament, indeed. And so, yeah, I'm very pleased for him.
It just shows the situation that we're in at the moment in darts, that at amateur level we can have a competition with a £150,000 prize pool, the biggest prize pot ever in amateur darts. Jack picks up the big prize, the trophy. He's at Q School today looking to increase his excellent week and take another step further in his career, but this was a nice moment between the two boys from Swindon, and Jack can be very proud of his efforts.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's been playing well, and he had a spell where he wasn't playing so well, and it seems to have come all right for him right at the right time, and all about the timing again. So, yeah, I'm very pleased for him.
And with his 60 grand winnings, Trina, the first thing he said he was going to do was buy all of his family and friends a Toby Carvery, other Carveries are available, of course, and take his kids to Disneyland, which isn't too bad.
Well, I hope I'm on the list for the Toby Carvery. Anyway, that's for sure.
Not Disneyland, you don't want to
I
go
don't think I qualify for one of his kids. I think I'm a bit too old for that.
Well, you do qualify for Senior Showdown. You're part of the field, which is what we have in store for you over the next few days. Group A kicks off today, but in Group B, Trina's in with Paul Hogan and the Wizard Simon Whitlock. Group C sees Kevin Painter, Martin Turner, and the Bull Terry Jenkins return to the Modus Super Series stage. But today is all about Group A and some very familiar and well-known names all across this field, aren't there?
Yeah, so it's a great lineup, isn't it? And very experienced players. You've got Neil Duff, Steve West, both played here on this stage, very much so. You know, they've played here a lot, so they know this stage, they know this setup very well, and it's going to suit them a lot, and they'll be feeling confident going into today.
Well, let's take a look at what the bookies make of the outright winner for the Senior Showdown. And Neil Duff goes off as the favourite, but it's hard to pick, really, isn't it, when you consider the list of names that we've got and so many experienced players. Unfortunately, Trina, you're the outsider in this situation, but just give us your assessment of those odds.
Well, why doesn't that surprise me? Well, you know, Neil Duff at the top at 10-3, I think that's about right. Of course, you've got Richie Howson, another experienced player, at 4-1 here as well. He's had a good run here on this stage as well. So yeah, it's about right for me.
A sense of familiarity because many of you all know each other and you've played against each other so many times as well. But when you get on that oche, the friendliness does go away. Everyone wants to win, don't they? The competitiveness is still there after all this time.
Of course, yeah. You know, we all want to win, and we want to give our best performance as well when we're up there. And yeah, there'll be loads of laughs in the back room, but when you're up on that stage, then it's there's no friends there.
Okay, well, we're ready to get started here at Senior Showdown, the first week of 50 live weeks worth of action on Pluto TV. Everything free, and you can stick with us right throughout the year for loads of great darts. And it all begins this morning. Our first match sees Michael Huntley take on Richard Roland, and I spoke to the Welshman Richard earlier on today. Rich, good to see you. How much are you looking forward to what this week has in store?
Oh, really looking forward to it. Well, what a lineup it is, really, isn't it? I've been excited since I got the email through, and been literally waiting on tender hooks to see who I was up against, and when they got announced, it's just phenomenal, and it just legends all around. Honoured to be here.
And what's it been like catching up with everyone, maybe seeing some familiar faces, getting to know people you haven't met before? What's it been like the last couple of hours?
Oh, it's been great, but fortunately everybody in that room, in the back room today, have been good friends. We've known them for a few years now, so it's a privilege to be in the room with them.
Does that change the dynamic at all when you're up there battling it out on the oche, or does it not really matter? Once you get up there, it's a game of darts.
I think the back room, we're at that age where we've been playing this game for quite a long time now, so it's quite friendly in the back room, but then it's going to be all serious on the stage, I think.
You're the same, and everyone else will be. No one ever loses that competitive edge.
No, you can't. It's just you're here to do a job. You want to win. Nobody goes up on that stage. We're going to be fighting it out all week, I think.
And just lastly then, where do you think your game's at the moment heading into this campaign?
It's not been tested recently. The arm's throwing nice. I'm feeling comfortable. So it'll be all to be determined during the week. So hopefully, we'll have a good week, and we'll be here for Saturday night.
Good luck. All the best.
Thank you.
So dart one of what will be tens of thousands of darts across the course of the next 12 months is about to be thrown, as Richard Roland, who was just telling me there that his game hasn't been tested yet. His first challenge is to take on Michael Huntley, clash of two Welsh players. The 54-year-old who has had success at the Modus Super Series, but not as much as this man who won Series 8 Week 3 on the Live Lounge stage in Portsmouth. And Richard was telling me that it took him a long time to get out of his native Wales today to get down to Portsmouth. In fact, I think yesterday he travelled down. He said he was following a snowplow all the way down from Wales. And he was also telling me how he used to live in Costa Rica. So quite a change up from what he's used to. But when it comes to familiarity, everyone knows each other in this Senior Showdown, of which you're a part of later on this week, Trina. And so we can talk about the weather outside being negative temperatures. We can talk about Costa Rica and all the other places that Richard Roland might have lived. But there is something comforting about getting up on that stage and playing a game of darts against people you know. But once it's game on, things change a little bit then, don't they?
It's totally different. Yeah, it's totally different. Like he said in his interview, we're all out the back having a laugh, and they've known each other for such a long time. They've been travelling the circuit together for many years, and so there's the familiarity in the back room, but also when you get onto this stage, it's all that goes out the window. All of that friendship, once a competitor, always a competitor, and these two Welsh boys will be wanting to get off to a good start and get first blood of this event this week.
And how about the first 180, which goes the way of Richard Roland's? He said that his arm was going well, but I imagine everyone else would be feeling the same. Michael Huntley follows in with a ton 40.
Well, Michael over the Christmas break has played in a couple of tournaments as well, and he's been playing well. So he's won two of them. He won one in Butters Bar, and he also beat Richie Burnett in Tentrove final as well.
155.
So he said that he was putting his back out, Richie Burnett, when he was throwing. the usual throw of Richie Burnett.
97. Richard, you require 167.
Well, there is such a difference between playing casually or practicing and competitive darts, tournament darts. The adrenaline gets pumping. And it would have been pumping even more had that treble 19 found its target.
99. Michael, you require 58.
A single to double combination for Huntley. There's the single. That leaves tops.
Game show on the first leg.
Neatly done for the first
Michael
leg
Huntley.
of Group A. Michael Huntley leads.
Yeah, makes no mistake there.
Second leg,
14
Richard
dart
to
leg
throw
there
first.
as well from
Game
Michael.
on.
And looks like he's continuing the form that he's produced over the Christmas break. So you were saying as well that
41.
Richard had said he hadn't played much over the Christmas break, whereas Mike has. So will that come into play? You know, will that make a difference?
And here's just an
100.
interesting concept that I've been keen to get your opinion on, Trina, which is we've just seen in the PDC the youngest ever World Darts Champion go back-to-back and add his name to a pantheon of greats who have managed to achieve that feat. But so many of these players have been playing darts for years and years as Richard looks to find his second 180. And you've won many, many titles, world titles as well. Is there a sense amongst some of the seniors that maybe we were just
41.
around at the wrong time with the money in the game now? It is incredible when you see the youngsters that are coming through, players that are at Q School at the moment, for example, yearning for that tour card. Is there ever a sense of, oh, maybe we were just 10 years too late and we've missed the boat in that sense?
Yeah, I'm sure there is. And, you know,
44.
as far as from my experience as well, you know, if you're introduced as a 10 times world champion, you can see the pound signs light up in people's eyes, and that's just isn't the case
59.
for ladies darts. I mean, it's getting there. It's a lot further on than what it was in my day, but yeah, the prize money has changed vastly, isn't it? And like you say, that £1 million for the first prize for the world
60.
champion, and even like for the ADC, the globals, the 60,000 for amateur darts. That's amazing.
Yeah, and speaking of the ADC, the vault events that take place up and down the country
59.
where people have taken time out to arrange them and set them up, and it has been superb for amateur darts, and culminating yesterday in the Global Championship final. Congratulations again to Jack Tweddle, beat fellow Swindonian Johnny Haynes in the final.
140.
And it just goes to show, doesn't it? Johnny Haynes in the Global Championship final, 61 years of age. Jack's 30, more than half of his age.
28.
Yeah,
Richard,
Johnny's
you
been
require
playing some great
76.
stuff, and it was Jack that came out on top as Richard looks for this 76. Now requires tops to level the match.
Game
And he
shot on
finds it.
second leg. Richard
Pins it with
Roland.
his final dart. Levels the match at one apiece.
Third leg, Michael to Thoreau first. Game on.
Well, one thing you know about Richard Rollins is he isn't the fastest thrower, but he's been very measured so far in this performance. Yes, he lost the opening leg to a Mike Huntley 14 darter, which he finished with a 58 outshot. But that 76 follows up a 180 in the last leg. He's averaging over 93 here. It's almost an under-the-radar performance from Rollins at this stage, although
30.
there have been a couple of visits akin to that one, a 41 in the last leg, 30 there. And Huntley will be looking to jump all over that. And he does exactly that with his first max.
Yeah, great darts from Huntley. Pins the max. One apiece as that stands now. But is this another one? Well, not quite from Richard Rollins. But it is a good reply.
100.
We saw a lot of maximums yesterday in the final day of the ADC Global Championship. One match in particular between Stone and Barnes was Barnes storming. They were pumping in the maximums.
139.
Well, Huntley here looking for a 140.
100.
Oh, just clips the other dart and not the deflection that he wanted. We'll come back for the 76. That's great dart, so from Roland's to put the pressure on this.
Should get at least a dart at double from here. And that double is tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
Clinical.
Michael Huntley.
That's 100% for both players on their doubles at the moment. 2 from 2 from Michael, 1 from 1
Game on.
for Richard. It's a good game.
Back-to-back 76 checkouts. One for Richard Rollins to make it one apiece, and now Mike Huntley bounces back with the same outshot
134.
to make it 2-1. Both players have hit a 180 each as well. We're only into the fourth leg.
Yeah, and that them legs won by Michael Huntley has been a 14 and a 15 darters.
I mentioned it was somewhat an under-the-radar performance from Richard Rollins. He's behind in this game, but the fact that Mike leads 2-1 has had to hit a 14 darter and a 15 darter to get the better of him. I think Richard shouldn't be too disappointed with how he's thrown at the moment. It's a bit of a clandestine display, but there's enough on offer there for him to feel confident that he is able to turn it around.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's averaging over 101 at the moment, Richard. Over 91 for Michael. So this is really top stuff here.
55.
Yeah, just maybe a couple too many of those. Like you mentioned, the scoring's been good from Richard generally, but just been a few too many when he misses the treble. He's not getting 60 or 59. He's getting 30 and 41, these kinds of scores, and maybe that's just where he's coming unstuck. But then again, he's only had one dart at double and he's pinned it, so credit to Huntley with the way that he's taken the initiative.
Yeah, Dublin is at its best
45.
for both players at the moment, so there's no room for improvement there. As you say, it's the middle of the game. It's that odd 45, isn't it? And that odd 30 that's
105.
letting them down just slightly.
Well, he already had a look at this earlier on in the match, and he got the first treble, but doesn't on this occasion. So he'll try and leave himself in as good a position as possible. Down to the 19s.
59.
Can't get the 57.
Michael, you
So
require
it's a single.
96.
Oh, it's a two-darter, treble to double. Treble 20 first for double 18. Can't find it.
You can't find the treble from there, so
56.
just looking to set it up, and this
Michael, you
gives
require 108.
Roland's an opportunity now to level the match. Can he pin this 108? Well, finds the treble 19. Can't find another. Took a deflection, that. Not a kind one.
76. Michael, you require 40.
Well, Huntley's in no mood to be kind. He misses double for the first time in the match.
Game shot.
But only one dart misses because
Michael
that one is in double 10. And Huntley takes a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, Michael 2 for row first. Game on.
That was a rather peculiar deflection for Richard Rollins. It looked like it took him by surprise as well. He does use those
36.
more angular flights that you don't see many dart players using at the moment, but it seems to work for him.
Yeah, there you can see. It's kind of like a kite shaped, isn't it? And then if you look at Michael's flights as well, He doesn't use a standard flight either.
Yeah, a slimmer version.
43.
It looks a bit like a cut down Phil Taylor, like he used to do. Put a standard flight on and then cut them.
I think we are starting to see more players experiment in that kind of vein. I've seen a few people as Rollins again finds a target. 3 treble 20s. I've seen a few people experiment, Trina, actually recently in cutting flights down in different shapes. And there is so much on offer now in terms of equipment, stems and flights. You've got all-in-one system. You've got the more soft tip style that some of the Japanese and European players use with the ring system. I mean, there's so much variety now.
Yeah, there is. And, you know, you're spoiled for choice, really. And it's there's so much out there that you can tinker with and play around, and so many variations that you can try and sort out which is best for you.
You require 121.
Down to the treble 17. But Huntley's not on a finish, so maybe that might change how Rollins thinks about this. And that's exactly what does happen. That leaves 44.
101.
Well, leaves himself 20 inadvertently. There's a bit of a laugh about it.
Oops. But it doesn't matter a great deal. At least it won't if he can find double 10. And that was a nasty kick off the barrel there for Huntley. So that puts Rollins in the position to look at double 10 here to go one leg away from his opponent. And that's exactly what he does do.
Richard Roland.
The double 12 paid off in the end.
It did.
14
14 dart leg.
Game on.
There for Richard, and closes the gap. This, of course, a leg that he must win. He has the darts to do so.
And
that's a great start.
100.
And not a bad reply from Huntley. Still keeps in distance. Of course, if he wants to win this match by 4 legs to 2, he has
60.
to break Richard's throw here. Won't be a disaster, though, if he loses this leg, as he will go into the deciding leg with the darts.
97.
Rollins very much has control of this leg. Doesn't want to go trebleless back-to-back, though, and that won't happen. Nicely finds the treble 19. Gets 2 of them.
134.
Solid visit from Rollins. Puts him in a good position. Down to a finish first.
Yeah, leaves himself 167.
For the 3rd time in this match.
Absolutely. But what damage. Oh, that's unfortunate.
120.
Another clatter of darts for Huntley. Finds himself picking one off the floor.
167.
Doesn't leave himself a finish, so 167 now for Rollins. It won't go. But he will be back after this visit.
97.
Well, Huntley should be throwing for a finish in this visit. He's not, because the board spat out that final dart that he was
85.
hoping to secure a 180 with.
And there's a chance now for Rollins to level the match. Tops required.
30.
And that's a little bit high. Huntley on 99.
99.
It's not a great shot. It's a 3-darter.
Double 16.
67.
A match dart has come and gone for Huntley. The question is, will he get any more? Or will we be going to a last leg decider in our first match of Senior Showdown?
It's double 10 now. And
Game
double
shot of
10 he
6 down.
finds with his second
Richard
dart,
Roland.
levels the match at 3 apiece. And we go into a deciding leg.
7
And
for
as you
final
say,
leg, Michael
Niall,
2 for Rowe
the
first.
first of this
Game
week.
on.
I'm sure it's not going to be the last.
Well, as you said, Huntley has the darts in this
60.
last leg shootout. Kicks off with a 60. Roland's looking to capitalise.
Yeah, he would have liked more there.
Just needs to make sure he doesn't dwell on that
100.
last dart when he was going for that 180 in the last leg that would have set him up for a finish. He only ended up with one match dart in the end. Left himself 99, as you said, a 3-darter. So he was only ever going to get one dart double.
60.
Missed it for the match. Just needs to make sure he moves on from that pretty quickly because Roland's isn't going to give him any sympathy.
No, absolutely. It's, as we say, best of friends off the hockey, but on the hockey.
100.
And there you find Huntley smiling in the background. Knows he's got work to do here.
Can 100.
Can only find a ton.
Real chance to steal the initiative here for Roland's. I see both darts have kicked across at different angles.
100.
But he's found his way through. That could be critical, that final treble.
That was a great dart, that was. Threads it through. The awkward space that he'd left himself.
100.
Was really craving an extra treble there, Huntley. If he stays straight, Roland should be in for an opportunity in his next visit.
58.
Well, leaves himself 143 when he returns. What can Mike do here?
55.
To pressurise, but he can't find
Richie,
a
you
big
require
treble.
143.
So 143. It won't go now. So Huntley will have the opportunity to take out the 126.
60. Michael, you require
19's first for Huntley
126.
then. Needs the treble.
Can't find the treble 19.
54.
So Roland's back
Richie,
for
you require
83
83.
for a breaker throw and the match. Double 16. And double 16 he finds.
Richard Roland.
Pins it with his second dart. Gets over the line and takes a 4-3 victory against Michael Huntley. Averages there. Richard Roland's 93.19, 83.75 for Mike. 2 maximums for Richard and 1 for Michael. Coming up after the break, we have Steve West and Richie Howson.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's Group A of Senior Showdown, our first week of live darting action here from the Live Lounge across 2026. There's some shiny shoes, aren't they? From Richie Howson. Some fresh shoe polish for Christmas, maybe. He takes on Steve West, a very familiar name from just up the road in Waterlooville. The 50-year-old who's won 5 times on that stage at the Super Series in the past. And Richie Howson has also had success at the Super Series. Look at that. He's had some fresh polish on the go over Christmas. They are beautiful.
Well, looks like Lynn Howson, his wife, has bought him that shoe shine. He's so much wanted for Christmas. Look at that. You can see his face in it.
First leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
I wonder what Westy got for Christmas. I know what he wants now, though. He wants a win. He wants to kick off Group A with victory.
85.
And the last time he played on the Super Series stage, I can tell you now, he was a bit ticked off with how he performed. And we've seen him be successful here so many times in the past. He's come to expect that of himself. It doesn't matter whether it's Modus Super Series or Senior Showdown, whatever it is that he's competing in, he has come to expect a standard and a level of himself, especially on that stage.
100.
So he will be keen to put that right after he disappointed himself last time around.
Yeah, he disappointed himself, and I think that's the key word there. He disappointed himself. We know he can play some great darts, and but he played some brilliant stuff as well. But Steve's kind of like the sort of person that looks on the negative side of things rather than the positives, and he does expect a lot of himself, and that's because he knows his own ability, I guess. But you know, he doesn't give himself too much credit either when he plays well.
85. 140.
Would have fancied it after those first 2 darts on the top wire, right next to each other. Couldn't follow it in with the third.
Leaves himself on 76 when he returns.
100. Steve, you require
76 after 12. Well, misses the big number.
36.
And if anything, that was what he was doing a lot beforehand as well.
Howson looking to make it sting even more for Steve, and he's done the same thing.
76.
He's missed a big number, and they're both cackling about it.
Steve, you require 40.
And Steve West finally will get his dart at tops.
Well, that's some distance away. Can he rectify it? He
James on
can.
the first
Finds
leg.
it with his third.
Steve West.
And takes the first leg of the match.
Second leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
Well, I think on that 76, he was already thinking about tops before he had thrown the single number. I think he had already
100.
thought tops, got a shot. As soon as he missed the treble with the first dart.
Yes, it's the hardest thing to do, hit the big number sometimes, because you're
125.
expecting it so much of yourself, and you tend to be a little bit lazy. You just tend to throw in that area rather than at a specific point in that area.
83. $58.
Well, switches to the 18s as he'd blocked the treble 20 bed with his two first darts.
$100.
It was just a hold of throw for Steve West in that first leg. And when he missed that big number and Richie
40.
hit the 60 with his first dart going for 116, he would have thought, oh no, I'm in trouble here. First leg and I've made a mess up.
Yeah, but then Richie does exactly
98.
the same. So a bit of a reprieve for Steve. Howson here, leaving himself on Shanghai.
140. Richie require 120.
Now to level the match. Needs to find the treble 20. He can't, so looking to set it
60.
up. Can only find 60 though.
Steve, you require 138.
So West looking at 138. Won't go this time. So Howson
52.
returning for 60.
Richie, you require 60.
Top cent to
James
level
on
the
second
match.
leg.
Pins it with his
Richie
second
Howson.
dart. 1-1.
Third leg, Steve to throw first.
Yeah,
Game on.
nice, safe, big fat 20 from Richie Howson, staying well away from that treble and gave him a clear shot at tops,
45.
which he takes.
Well, with Richie's darts as well going in the board like they do, then he can put that dart high.
140.
The flight and stem don't obscure the target as much as if he was lower towards the treble, then it would block the view. But the fact he can throw almost directly at tops
95.
and hope he misses underneath, it gives him a bigger range to aim for.
Yeah, absolutely. Whereas if you look at Steve's darts, they tend to stand up a little bit. And if he was to put a high single 20 dart
60.
into that 20 bed, it could obscure the top segment. So a lot of elements that can come into play
100.
as to how you play the board, how you use the board.
$100.
Wants at least a ton here. Well, at least he did. Big five. Bit of a slip.
85.
Yeah, 85's not going to do it, I'm afraid, for West to get him down to a finish. So the initiative could well be seized here by Howson if he can get a ton.
100.
Picks it off with his last dart. Leaves himself on 101, but what pressure will he be under? Well, not a great deal by the looks of it. Does
80.
find the treble 19.
Richie require 101.
So 101 now for Richie.
Well, 101 was the
36.
outshot of choice with Johnny
Figure
Haynes
required,
yesterday at the
96.
ADC Global Championship. He pinned it in back-to-back legs. West is looking to pin 96. Went for the double first.
38.
Misses the target, so a second 60 in a row is on the cards for Richie Howson.
I think the score board is just catching up a little. At least the two can see the funny side of this.
Well, the two players waiting patiently. So the scoreboard now reads 65 for Howson rather than 60. And you know what? Fair enough. If he had said that I wasn't on 60, I was on 65, then credit to him.
Well, fair play, Richie Howson. That's good sportsmanship there.
Full flag, Richie
And
to
makes
throw first.
the
Game on.
point. Takes it out. So leads by 2 legs to 1. A break of throw there as well
59.
for him.
Yeah, nice to see that, isn't it? I know it's competitive, but
91.
did right by his opponent there. Richie Howson was on course with back-to-back 60s, or at least the scoreboard suggested that was the case. And after a correction, we are where we should be, which is Howson
43.
2-1 up, taking out 65.
Well, that's the thing as well
60.
about this generation, then, if you like. You know, they've known each other for so long, and you know, sportsmanship's everything, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of like
60.
in snooker when a player accidentally brushes a red or something or a colour with their sleeve, and you go, I've touched the ball there. You kind of call it out on yourself,
85.
don't you?
Yeah, it's the right thing to do as well.
$99.
So averages at the moment
133.
84 plus for Richie and 82 plus for Steve, so not much in it. West leaves himself 132 when he returns, but that's pressure applied by Richie
180.
Howson with a
Figure
maximum, and he
132.
does leave himself 60 when he returns, if he returns. But the treble 19 is the target. He's just the wrong side of the wire.
54. Richie requires 60.
This time he actually does want 60. And there he is, that first dart laying down flat, gives him such an open target. He's still got loads of room to aim at.
20.
He's gone above it instead of to the side of
Figure
it.
requires
And
78.
West sees the door open in front of him. Looking to walk right through it with double 12.
Game shot on the 4th flag.
Pop, pop finish from
Steve
Steve West. Takes advantage of Howson's miss. Level game.
5th leg.
Another
Steve
17
to
dart
throw
leg
first.
as well.
Game on.
That's 2 17s in a row.
$81.
Both players on 50% of their finishing at the moment.
100.
It's a pretty tight match all round.
83.
Just the one max in the game so far by Richie. Well,
180.
correct me. Make that 2.
30.
And a poor visit there from Westy. That really opens up the door here for Howson.
105.
Well, earlier on in this match, Richie Howson, as Westy hits a maximum to apply real pressure to this 116, which he had a pop at earlier on and missed a big number. Can't find the treble first dart this time, or with the second. So this 116 chance
60.
evaporates, and West will be
Steve, you
hoping
require
to at least get a shot at the
127.
bullseye here.
Yeah, this would be for a holder throw. So treble 19 leaves the bullseye.
96.
Oh, and that's some distance away. It's
Richie,
a poor
require
dart, in
56.
fact. And now Howson looks at 56 for a break of throw.
Game showing
And
of
a break of throw he
Richie
gets.
Howson.
Hits tops with his second dart, moves into a 3-2 lead. And that
Sixth
was a
leg,
14
Richie
dart
two,
leg.
First. Game on.
And perhaps more critically, a break of throw at pivotal time as well for Richie Howson, who now has the opportunity to throw first to win
60.
this.
Yeah, absolutely. Needed the break of throw and to get it in this leg where he's throwing for the
82.
match. The ultimate pressure here for Steve West. A leg he must win to stay in the
60.
match.
$99.
That's a good find with his last dart. Sneaks it into the treble 20 bed. Right into the corner.
83. $121.
Good timing from West. Important to treble visit. Gives him a cushion. But Richie Howson
140.
is fighting back.
Well, leaves himself 158.
99. Richie
And that
require
is a very
158.
important treble with his last start for West. Leaves himself a ton. And he will be back for that.
45.
As Richie only finds
Steve, you require
45.
100.
So treble 20 now. He'll stay there.
Is he looking at tops? No, treble 20.
80.
Left himself a shot at double 10.
Richie require
But
113.
a chance to level it has come and gone for West.
Treble 18 is the target now. Can't be found. So West will return for double 10
57.
to level the match.
Steve, you require 20.
Last chance.
10.
Inside for Steve West. He missed the bull on 127 in the last leg.
56.
To go 3-2 in front. He's now 3-2 behind and staring down the barrel of defeat here. Match dart missed.
26.
And so is that one.
Steve, you require
Slides
10.
into the wrong bed. And a chance for West at the double 5, but he's pulled it
score.
low.
Richie require 30.
An opportunity again for Howson for the match. Double
Game
15
shot.
he
And the match.
finds.
Richie Howson.
Takes the 4-2 victory over Steve West. Averages there, Steve, 81.38. Richie Howson, 85.22. 3 maximums, 2 for 1. And coming up after the break, we have Robert Thornton and Neil Duff.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back. Every single dart of 2026 here at the Modus Super Series will be live and free on Pluto TV. And this is Group A of Seniors Showdown. And it's our first glimpse of Robert Thornton. This morning, the legendary Scotsman takes on Neil Duff, who was here yesterday taking in the action at the ADC Global Championship final, which was won by Jack Tweddle. And he goes off as the bookies' favourite to win the entire Senior Showdown. Trina Gulliver's alongside me in the commentary box. She'll be hoping to stop him.
I shall.
Confidence, fighting talk, Trina.
No,
We love
no,
it.
I mean, I shall be
Robert to
hoping.
throw first. Come on.
Not that I shall.
You certainly shall be in the commentary box. I hope you're not going anywhere for this match because I've been looking forward to this one. Robert Thornton
26.
is a player we know so much about and has performed consistently when called upon here to do duty at the Modus Super Series as well. But in this man,
140.
Neil Duff, I think many people, including the bookmakers, fancy him to perform well this week. And Robert might be one of his closest challengers if he can
43.
get it going.
Yeah, I mean, if Robert does play the game that we know he can play, then of course he's in contention for winning this week.
85.
You know, he's a brilliant player. He's got lots of experience himself and also lots of experience on this stage.
85.
As for Neil Duff, this seems to be almost his
100.
second home here. Made loads of appearances here. Now resides in the Switzerland.
54.
So there's plenty of mileage on his flight.
60.
Surely he's got one of them loyalty cards.
The air miles being racked up. There is a PDC European Tour event in Switzerland these days.
55.
I wonder if he counts as a
Neil,
host
you
nation
require
qualifier.
116.
I'm not sure whether he's got citizenship of Switzerland or not, but what he does have is an opportunity at tops to pin 116
76.
to break the throw in the opening leg. Won't happen, but Thornton is so far behind, it shouldn't worry him too much.
But he fires in a maximum
180. Neil,
to
you
put
require
the
40.
pressure on this tops. Double 10.
30.
Now then,
Robert, you
well,
require
Duff
58.
had an iron grip of the leg, and now it's feeble because Thornton has won it.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, talk
Robert
about
Thornton.
timing. Puts in that 180, doesn't he? At the perfect time.
Second leg, Neil to throw first.
Duff
Game
misses the double. And Thornton takes his chance.
81.
Yeah, missed 4 darts at double to take that opening leg. Neil Duff.
83.
But Thornton with that max to leave 58 and takes it out first time of asking. No messing around on the
45.
doubles.
And that's a classic example, isn't it, of timing and giving himself that opportunity.
140.
Should he have been given the opportunity, which he was by Duff, to take out the 58? And he says, thanks very much. I'll take that.
Well,
43.
the first couple of games, particularly the Huntley Roland's game, methodical throwers. This is a bit quicker, a bit snappier, a bit more pace to this encounter.
125.
Yeah, Thornton, quite known for his quick throw.
100. Robert, you require
And Duff
153.
isn't slow at all. Well, needed the treble 19 there. But
121.
recovers well with the treble 14. Leaves himself on 32 after 12.
Well, this is almost a mirror
65.
image
Robert, you
of
require
the last
32.
leg in reverse, except Neil Duff can't find a
Game shot on
maximum,
the second leg.
and
Robert
Thornton's done
Thornton.
exactly what he did do before, which is pin the double first time of asking to
Third
give
leg,
himself a
Robert
2-0
to
lead
throw
here.
First.
Yeah,
Game
2
on.
from 2 for Thornton. Averaging 91 plus at the moment for him. Duff
96.
75.
I've spotted round the neck of Robert Thornton a rather fetching pendant.
Okay.
125.
I think it looks to me like that's a pendant of a dart.
It is.
55.
Now, I've noticed you've got a darts ring. So between you and Robert Thornton, I mean, there could be a joint venture in the jewellers.
Well, I was, yeah.
99.
Well, they were quite popular back in our time. I'm talking about the generations again. But in our time, we had a lot of jewellery that was made with darts. And, you know, you used to get the dart earrings and the dart necklaces and everything like that. My ring was actually made for me. Total surprise by a Norwegian fella
100.
who's called Roger. And there you see the dart around his neck.
58.
Yeah, he was a jeweller, and when I won my 10th World Championship, I went over to Norway, and he presented it with me, and he says, "I've made this for you," and I says, "Oh,
99.
wow, thank you very much." He says, "Is it the right size?" And I said, "Yeah," and I says, "How much do I owe you?" So it's totally out of the blue. I didn't know the guy, and he says, "No, it's a gift. Well done, 10 times World Champion."
140. Neil, you require
And there's only
78.
one more that exists, and that's his own. Tops now.
Game shot. on
Tops
the
is
third
found
leg.
for Duff
Neil Duff.
to get a leg on the board. 15 darter.
Fourth leg, Neil to throw first.
Needed that, didn't
Game
he,
on.
Neil Duff? Reduces the arrears. Breaks Thornton back in 15 darts. As you say,
100.
Trina. And so what you're telling me is I need to improve my game, get on the tour and win 10 world titles and I can have one of those.
Well, I can't guarantee that because...
Or I just need to make friends with more Norwegian people that make jewellery.
Yeah, possibly. But what a lovely gesture.
Very much so.
Yes.
And well deserved as well.
Thank you very much.
Now, Robert Thornton very much deserving of this 2-1 lead because he is playing really well right now. Averaging 94. Neil Duff not at his blistering best, and maybe that's a case in point. He's frustrated. But he has found a route back into this game with that 15 data 78 checkout in the last leg, and that's a good recovery.
Yeah, absolutely.
140.
That's one thing you'll see of Neil this week. He will not give up. He will plod on through. He will get annoyed with himself, but he will pick himself back up.
60. Robert, you require 81.
He'll find a way. So 81 now for Thornton.
41.
Leaves himself tops when he returns. Duff back on 180. And what did he do here for a 140?
100. Robert, you require 40.
Tops needed for the Thorn. Double 10. Double 5.
30.
Well, he thought that was in. He
Neil,
was
you
ready to
require
hear game
80.
shot.
Tops then.
Game shot.
Tops is found. He
Neil
nicks
Duff.
it. Levels the match at 2 apiece. Just to hold a throw, but an
Fifth
important
leg,
one.
Robert to Faro first. Game on.
Checkouts of 78 and 80 in consecutive legs from Neil Duff. And he is resisting
121.
a very solid Robert Thornton performance. Still averaging above 90. In comparison, Neil Duff is averaging about 10 points less, or has been roughly, through the course of this contest so far. But he has the game level at 2-2.
100.
He's put aside those 4 missed darts at double, which saw him lose that first leg that he was fully in control of.
100.
Yeah, that timing by Thornton with the maximum gave him the opportunity to take that leg.
81. 100.
Great darts from Neil Duff. Superbly compacted into that treble 20 bed. Smack bang in the middle as well. And that 41 from Thornton could prove to be very hurtful.
130. Robert, you require 139.
Well, we saw Robert Thornton hit 180 to leave himself a 2-darter in the opening leg. Neil Duff just hit 180 to leave himself a 143 dart finish, and he nearly pinned it. They're going to have to burn one.
No score.
Oh, he's bust his score.
Hits the big number.
Robert, you require 52.
And now the Thorn for 52.
32.
And we're seeing something from Robert that we don't normally
Neil, you
see.
require
He's
10.
missing tops. An opportunity now for Duff. Double 5.
Very safe first 2.
No score.
An equally poor third dart as well, and he's
Robert, you
smiling
require
to himself,
20.
but he will be frustrated inside because
Game
Robert
shot on the
Thornton
fifth
does
leg.
not need a
Robert
second
Thornton.
invitation. He almost apologises to Neil Duff. That was a scruffy end to the
Sixth
leg.
leg, Neil to Faro first. Game on.
A 19 darter there. But he holds his throw.
100.
And now this is a leg that Duff must win.
95. 100.
Neil Duff's next game in a couple of matches' time against Mike Huntley. Then he has
99.
a single game off, which is when Robert Thornton takes on Richie Howson before he's back on the Oki again, taking on Richard Roland. So
24.
forgive him a bit of time to get cooking, but he's going to need to get into the thick of it quickly because he's got a couple of matches coming up in quick succession.
Yeah, indeed, and that
85.
24 visit from Duff in his previous throw won't help the cause.
97. $134.
Now super darts from Thornton. Leaves himself 88 after 12. Duff needs to find a
100.
treble, and he does.
Probably require 88.
Finds a treble 20 with his last dart, but 88 now for Thornton. Double 14 for the match. And double
Game shot,
14
and the
he
match,
finds.
Robert
Takes the match by 4 legs to 2 against Neil Duff. And averages are 89.81 and 83 dead for Neil. Coming up after the break, we have Richard Roland against Steve West. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here, live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we sent Robert Thornton take a 4-2 victory over Neil Duff. Now taken to the stage, we have Richard Roland and Steve West. Richard with the first game of today's play.
First leg, Richard to
Michael Huntley 4-3, averaging 93.19. So he'll be looking to continue that form going into this game. Steve West was defeated by Richie Howson by 4-2. So he'll be wanting to put that score right and get off the mark.
135.
I think the question for Richard Rollins is, after a solid opening performance where he beat Mike Huntley, who did have a match dart against him. Huntley missed it, and Rollins took out 83 to win in a last leg decider. Can
55.
he back it up? He says he's not really been tested. He said his arm's going well, but he's not really been tested competitively. Well, you don't really get many tougher competitors than Steve West,
97.
who he's looking for a response, but in a different way, because he lost his first match against Richie Howson, and he had opportunities. He missed the bull on a 1-2-7 to take the score to 3-2 in his favour and go on the hill. He ended up losing that leg. Howson
59.
took out 56 to go 3-2 up himself and went on to win it 4-2. So Westy will be frustrated with that, and he's looking to bounce back in a different way to Richard. Richard's looking to replicate. West is just looking to get on 59. The board and put right some of those wrongs.
Yeah, absolutely. The pace of the game here might not suit Westy too much.
100.
Richard, a slower player. Westy's quite a pacey player. Once that first dart goes, it's
100.
quite rhythmic after that. He does find himself in the lead in this match. Leaves himself on 110 after 12.
85. Steve,
Annoying one for Rollins. Leaves himself a 3-darter if he comes back. West hoping to stay straight. That's not going to happen.
Well, he went for the bullseye then. And it was a poor effort, really.
52.
Just wonder if he would have been better off staying on the 20s.
102.
He was straight with the first dart. Why not just stay there?
It's a great dart from Roland. And now one dart at 32.
70.
That would have been for a hold of throw.
Steve,
so now West
58.
a chance to take out the 58.
Yeah, he felt that that was close. Just gets the big 18. Just.
Game show on the first leg. Steve West.
And makes full use of that. 1-0.
Second leg.
Break and
Steve
throw.
to throw first. Game on.
A 17 dart
91.
leg there from Westy.
$100.
A ton for Rollins.
$140.
Spoke to Steve West before Christmas, and he was somewhat frustrated with how things have been going for him in the last couple of months. Because as we said before, Trina, we know the levels are there.
100.
We've seen it on this very stage. Not once, not twice, but 5 times he's been successful here at the Modus Super Series. So the levels are in the locker. It's just about finding
60.
the combination to unlock the door. And it just seems like he's maybe forgotten the passcode at the last few months. Or at least that's how he feels anyway.
Well, playing just before Christmas as well, he was actually playing up there in a cast on his arm. They thought
16.
he thought that he'd broken it, and he went to the hospital. They put a cast on it, but then the next day he appeared without it, and they'd made a mistake.
125.
He hadn't broken it.
So there's someone out there who actually did break their arm, and Steve West has accidentally stolen their cast.
Well, that is a possibility.
$85.
Oh, an
Steve, you
85
require
visit from
85.
Roland's. 85 is exactly what West needs. Can't hit the 45 via treble 15. Might move up to the 20s here. Bullseye.
60.
Not far away.
That was a
Richard
better
required
attempt, wasn't it, than his
156.
previous ones for the bullseye. 156 now for Richard Roland. And that's a great start. Needs another one of them. Finds it and double 18. And he pulls that into the big 18. You can
Stevie
see
requires
Westy there nodding
25.
his head. It's expecting that to go. And now he has 25. Finds a big 20. But double 2. Double
James
2
on
he
the second
finds.
leg.
Saves
Steve
it.
West.
Leads by 2 legs to 0.
That was
Third
a
leg,
real
Richard to
rescue
throw
act
first.
from Steve
Yeah, man.
West. He knows he's got away with that.
He does indeed. Shake of the head, but does find the target.
Well, Richard was a long way inside on his effort for double 18, but
81.
that's 2 legs in a row now where on combination finishes he's missed a single dart to take the leg. He missed a dart for 1-0. Steve West broke him and went
41.
into the lead. He's now 2 behind, having missed a dart to level the match. So an element of frustration, no doubt, particularly with those final efforts at double for Richard.
$96.
Well, it does find a treble 19 with that combination. Westy just moving across the hockey. Give himself a better view. It
100.
pays off. Finds a treble 20 bed with his third dart.
$58.
Well, Richard Rollins was averaging mid to high 80s into the 90s in his last match. He's around about mid 80s
44.
here. The scoring not quite the same as it was against Michael Huntley. A couple of 180s in that match. A 76 checkout, an 83 checkout to win it in the last leg decider after Huntley missed that match start. But he finds himself
99.
2 behind and has to scrap here. And is going to need to start finding similar visits to that.
I think this is about the 4th occasion where he's left himself 167.
180.
As Westy
Richard required
fires in a
167.
maximum. Leave himself 136. Should this 167 not go? And it's not going to.
$97.
So Western opportunity now for a
Stevie required
3-0 lead.
136.
Well, there's a couple of times he's dropped down to the
42.
19s
Richard,
and
you
hit big
require
3. And that
70.
one was standing up to attention like you wouldn't believe from Steve West.
Yeah, he's indicating the fact there as well, wasn't he? But now it's double 16 for Roland's.
54.
Can't find it to get a
Stevie
leg on the
required
board.
94.
This is going to get annoying for Rollins. Not as annoying as that, though. Well, only 20 scored. It's not going to be enough for
62.
Steve West to get a shot at double. So Rollins gets
Richard,
a
you require
reprieve.
16.
He wouldn't have wanted to go 3-0 down after missing just 3 darts at double in combination finishes. Double 4.
12.
No, he's inside again. So
Stevie required
opportunity for
32.
West to take a 3-0 lead here. Double 8. Double 4.
24.
Well, both players are quite some way away from
Richard,
the
you
outer
require
ring at
4.
the moment. Richard Rowlands has now missed 6 darts at double in this match. He doesn't miss any more.
Richard
And
Rowlands.
Steve West might be ruining that opportunity that he's lost out on, because it would have put him just one away
Full
from a
flag,
whitewash
Steve
win.
to row first. Game on.
Oh, Westy with the darts here. And a hold of
57.
throw would mean Rowlands has a lot to do.
$100. 54.
Yeah, Roland's the only player so far to average over 90, 93.19, 2 180s, 50% on his doubles in that last leg win over Mike Huntley to kick off this morning's action here in Group A of Senior Showdown at the Modus Super Series. And Steve West finds 180, just clinging on there in the corner of the treble 20.
It was, wasn't it? I'd have been tempted to run to the board on that one.
Yeah, 100%. Run up there, whip him out, and walk back to the back of the stage with 180 deducted from your score. Because interestingly, speaking of I know it's not all about the averages, but when you look at their respective performances from the opening matches,
60.
Steve West in losing 4-2 to Richie Howson, 81.38 average, the lowest we've seen from anyone so far today, and just 2 out of 11 on the doubles. So contrasting performances in their opening matches for each player, and this game is still finely poised. Rollins has kept himself in touch and distance.
It won't go this time. Looking to leave it handy.
114.
And he does so.
Richard, you require 101.
Well, went for the bullseye there.
61.
Leaves himself tops.
Steve, you require 36.
Should he get a chance? But 36 now for West to lead by 3 legs to
Game
1.
showing a 4 flag.
He makes no
Steve
mistake
West.
and pins it with the first dart. 16 dart leg there
5th leg,
for
Richard
Steve
to row
West.
first. Game on. $96. $60.
Well, 2 players who have been beaten in their opening matches. Up next, Neil Duff, the odds maker's favourite to go all the way here this week. He takes on Mike Huntley,
96.
who will feel a little bit aggrieved that he wasn't able to beat Richard Rowlands in that opening game. Last leg decider. Well, 60% on his doubles.
83.
Only had 5 chances at the outer ring, managed to hit 3 of them.
$85.
Well, Steve was telling me beforehand that he had a lovely Christmas. The kids were over, so
50.
it wasn't a dull moment, I don't think.
Is there ever when Steve West is involved? I think sometimes maybe without even meaning to be so. Just watching him play, it's entertaining. He is an entertainer. He just gives off those kind of vibes, if you will.
He has such a talent. I don't think he realises sometimes how good he is. But then other times, I think he gives himself a hard time too. Double 12 now
Game showing the
required
fifth leg.
and snuck in.
Richard Roland.
Takes a deflection off the previous dart,
Sixth
a
leg.
kind
Steve
one,
to throw first.
and
Game
finds
on.
the target, closes the gap. 15 dart leg there for him.
100.
Well, this is eerily similar to his game against Mike Huntley at the start of the day. He was 3-1 down in that match, pulled it back to 3-2, and went on to win the last couple of legs. Whether he can
85.
channel similar energy here against Steve West, we'll wait and see, but he's been digging and finding something when he's needed it so far. It's only a couple of
41.
matches that he's had, but there's substance there.
Well, that visit from Steve West there will help his cause. Only a 41.
60.
Richard can only find 60 himself.
$40.
Well, decides to move across the oche to try and find a way through, and takes a deflection, and the dart doesn't score at all.
I'm just chuckling because our referee Andrew did exactly the right thing, which is keep his head down, because Steve West might have swung a punch at the nearest person he could find,
95.
because he's raging at the moment.
Poor Andrew. He's making up for it here.
135.
Just the wrong side of the wire with his last dart, which means he doesn't leave himself a finish.
Roland's can if he just stays straight on the 20. Treble will be even better.
140.
There is that 140. And just speaking of, our referee Andrew called in the global champion yesterday, Jack Tweddle. Congratulations to him. £60,000 better off.
122. Richard,
An
you require
excellent
121.
Tournament came to its conclusion yesterday, and this match might not yet reach its conclusion if Rollins can pick off the bullseye.
96.
That is so close.
So
And not for the
requires
first time in this
63.
match, he's been close on the outer ring with one dart double and a combo finish. Steve West is in no mood for charity, but he keeps missing big numbers, so he's only got one dart at tops,
43.
and it's a match dart that's been and gone. So Rollins with
Richard, you
25 can
require
keep it alive.
25.
Yeah, absolutely. Another missed big number. And now double 8 to level the match and take us to a deciding leg.
Game showing
We
the sixth
do.
leg.
He
Richard
hits it
Rollins.
with his last dart. Score stands at 3-3.
Seventh and final leg. Richard to throw
And now
first.
Richard
Game
Rowlands
on.
has the darts in this deciding leg.
I said this game was freakishly similar to Richard Roland's opening game. It's almost identical. Mike Huntley at 3-3 missed a match dart to win the game.
41.
Steve West has just missed a match dart. And we go down the distance.
Yeah, the only difference being in this leg,
100.
in this game, Rowlands has the darts
Yeah.
in this deciding leg, whereas against Michael Huntley, he didn't.
$60.
Well, we know how powerful Steve West can be when it comes to his scoring. So Roland's shaking his head because he doesn't feel 60's enough.
60.
But West has posted the exact same score.
Yeah, needs to take full advantage of having the darts in this leg.
$100.
Well, he's steadily improving. 41, 60, ton. West still has opportunity here. Needs a couple of trebles, really. At least one will do it.
59.
No, it's just not happening for West, is it?
The body language isn't good either, is it, for West?
especially as he knows that Roland has offered him an opportunity.
100.
It's back-to-back tons now for the Welshman. Now he's in the treble. Now he's in. There we go. Where's that been, Steve West? We spoke about timing. He's first down to a finish.
Yeah, brilliant timing from West. Leaves himself 102 when he returns.
100.
But there's pressure applied.
102.
So this, you feel, it has to go.
And then it won't at this point.
62.
Two data, treble to double
100.
on the 20s for Rollins to win it. And to win his second match on the spin in a last leg decider. I think he was going for tops, and you can't really blame him. With West sat on tops himself, strays
42.
into the 5, and that might be his opportunity
Steve,
over.
you require 40.
Yeah, so tops then for West. Double 10 for the match, and he pins it
West.
with his second dart. Breathes a sigh of relief there from Westy. Takes the 4-3 victory over Richard Rowlands. Richard Rowlands 83.28. Steve West 83.42. 3 maximums for Westy. And coming up after the break, we have Neil Duff and Michael Huntley.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back. And Neil Duff is back, and so is Michael Huntley. For their second games, both players losing their openers. Huntley's had to wait a while. He played in game 1, beaten 4-3 by Richard Roland, who we just saw lose 4-3 before the break to Steve West. So this group very open as it stands, and of course there is still a long way to run here in Group A at Senior Showdown at the Modus Super Series.
140. $140.
Tidy start from both players. Huntley was tidy on his doubles in that match against Roland.
31.
60%, but wasn't able to win the match. Averaged 10 points less than his opponent in that first match. And it was the outer ring
60.
and the early part of the game in particular for Neil Duff, which probably cost him against Robert Thornton. Just 2 out of 11
77.
when it comes to attempts at double. For the man who went off today as the odds maker's preferred pick.
22.
Well, we've yet to have a ton plus checkout today. We've had plenty of 180s already. We've had plenty of this as well. Oh, we've not had a 3 yet, though.
22.
And he saves himself from being the first man and probably the only man to get one of those.
Yeah, pitches it high, make sure it was in the 20 bed, didn't he?
60.
I think as well, when you look at the finishes we have had so far in this group, we've had an 88,
50.
an 84, an 80, an 83, 76, a 78, a couple of 76s actually. The 2 dart combination finishing from most players has been pretty
97.
ruthless so far. No one's yet posted a ton topper, but when players have been in situations, often it is those 2 dart. I mean, you see Ryan Joyce, a player like that, for example, in the PDC circuit.
149.
So
Rugby
ruthless.
require 122.
Relentless, that's why I call him that. On those 2 dart finishes, and they can be really the cornerstone of a successful campaign. But then again, a
97.
bullseye on 122 wouldn't have been too bad
Nearly
either, would
require
it?
32.
Well, it could have been our first ton plus, but
Game show on the first leg.
Neil Duff pins 32 with his first start.
Second leg, Michael
Holds
to
his throw.
first. Game on.
Takes the first leg of the match.
$43.
Well, that was a nasty deflection as well.
$140.
Still got Simon Whitlock to come later this week. The Bull, Terry Jenkins, is back in the building. That'll be good to see him back.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Terry.
And Trina Gulliver will also
45.
be on the Oki later this week as well.
I should be trying my best, Niall.
$91. $40.
Well, it's quite a group. The Group B this week.
Yeah, and when you consider that this week,
45.
of course, there is Q School happening, some people might have expected Simon Whitlock to go to Q School. He's
55.
decided that he's happy where he is at the moment. Steve Beaton's going to Q School. Yeah.
41.
Coulson, Mr. Coulson, who has been so cool at this venue and performed so well, he's there. I mean, we've seen players come through these doors and get their tour cards
100.
on many
Rugby
occasions.
require 141.
3 of the 4 semi-finalists of last year's Global Championship went on to pick up tour cards. The only one that didn't was Devin Peterson, and he won the whole tournament.
109.
Yeah, Graham Usher is
Neil, you
there as
require
well.
121.
Well, this 1-2-1 go for Duff.
93.
Nearly did on double 14.
Michael, you require 32.
Opportunity then for Huntley. Double 16 to level up.
Game shot.
Double 16 he finds.
Michael Huntley.
Takes a small deflection off the other barrel.
Third leg, Neil to throw
Finds
first. Game
a
on.
double 16 bed. 1-1.
Good dart there.
60.
Sometimes they can deflect in awkward places, but just landed exactly where he needed it to and kissed off the other barrel and in.
140.
Yeah, as I said before, you can get some nasty deflections, but you can also get some very kind ones. And obviously they're the ones we prefer.
140.
Are you a believer in that they even themselves out? Because you often hear this saying in sport where things even themselves out over time. Or is it
60.
just luck that sometimes they go in, sometimes they don't? I mean, you can't. Everything happens so quickly. It moves at such speed. You can't predict. You can take
60.
a guess as to if I throw. Some people like to throw directly at darts that are already in the board and predict that they'll deflect off. But it doesn't always do what you want it to do.
No, I mean, you will find players, myself
55.
included, that will use a dart if it's sitting right and it's in the right position, that will use the dart to try and get a deflection off that into the bed that
81.
you require. But
you can't expect that to happen 100% of the time.
no,
That
of
would
course
just be
not.
unrealistic,
There
wouldn't
is an element of luck. Of course there is.
41. Neil, you require 160.
He's made that's awkward for himself with that first dart. He had to
40.
move across.
There are those deflections we're talking about into the
Exactly
one.
that.
Yeah, but he's rescued it to leave himself 120. But there'll be pressure on it. There'll be serious pressure
165. Neil, you
on
require
that Shanghai
120.
now.
It has to go and it can't now. So Huntley will be back for tops for a break
44.
of throw.
Michael, you require 40.
What a setup. And he
James
takes
on a
it
third
first
leg.
dart. That's
Michael Huntley.
brilliant from Michael Huntley. Puts himself 2-1 up.
Fourth leg, Michael to throw
16
first.
dart leg,
Game on.
break of throw. Puts himself in a great position now.
60.
Yeah, that 165 setup was sumptuous. Really sweetly done.
Excellent darts.
100.
Oh, he's managed to squeeze that through somehow. Just found in this game so far that Duff has been below the treble a little bit more than he would have liked.
Yeah, and it's not
60.
a good dart for him as he starts sit up. If it was Richie Howson,
He's about to dive off the stage here. I thought he was going to jump head first through the wall. Ticking up there.
85.
Better second two darts.
$81.
yeah, better first start from Duff there. Pitches above the treble 20 bed, which enables him to find two treble 20s with his following two.
140.
Huntley returns the favour.
Yeah, Huntley's ton 40 gets him to an outshot. Duff is still
100.
plugging away.
Michael, you require 160.
Wild.
40.
Well, opportunity
Neil, you
now for
require
Duff to break
76.
back. 16 then. Well, he misses the big number.
36.
And there's
Michael,
that
you
little bit
require
of complacency
120.
we were on about earlier, Niall. Well, you're almost expecting to hit such a big target. You take your eye off the ball a little bit.
45.
I mean, what's going on up
Neil, you
there?
require 40. Game
That's
showing
a bit
forfeit.
more like it from
Neil
Duff, but the pair of them, they can't seem to throw a handful of darts in the right place. They'll throw one or two,
Fifth
but
leg, Neil
there's
two
always
for
one
first.
per visit that
Game
just
on.
seems to stray off target, and that will really irritate them because I'm sure in the practice room they're flying straight as an arrow.
134.
That's a bit more like it. And maybe that tops is just what he needed, just to shake out some rust.
Yeah, it can get very frustrating this game, and you know
100.
it's hard to understand when they're flying perfectly well 1 second and terribly wrong the next. But now Duff finds a 140.
Funny old sport. You finish a leg and then you start the next leg, and it is like starting all over again.
Well, you have to take that leg out of consideration. You know, that's
36.
gone. It's nothing you can do about it. You have to look forward and strive on.
$60.
Well, Duff's improved his average by about 6 points in the last couple of legs. Michael Huntley is still languishing a little bit,
135.
but that's a much tidier
Neil,
visit.
you require 167.
Now this is on. Well, decides to go, but he didn't have to go for the bullseye there. Probably wishes he hadn't.
140. Neil, you require 44.
It was 40 feet wide of the target, which is what he was joking about, but now he's at tops again. Just a reset.
Game showing
And
a
it
fifth
pays
leg.
off
Neil
because
Duff.
tops is found, and Neil Duff is now 3-2 in front.
Sixth leg, Michael 2 for row
14
first.
dart leg there
Game
from
on.
Neil as well. Much better leg.
$21.
Well, Huntley's gone either side of the treble 20 bed there. 2 treble 1s and a treble 5.
100.
I always think it's interesting in this environment, players that feel like they're not playing well and how they snap out of that mentality, because
100.
maybe it just takes one good visit and you feel like, right, okay, I'm back on it. Because unless you're playing like yesterday in front of a crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth,
60.
you can't make eye contact with a family member who can give you a glare or a stare and say, come on, buck your ideas up. It is just you and you alone up there, along with your opponent and the referee, and that's it. There's
60.
no kind of visual cue out there. There's no one going to give you any support but yourself. And so I think that sometimes in this environment, it's actually harder to dig yourself out of a hole.
100.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, it is a very lonely place, you know, and it's an individual sport, isn't it? It's not like football where you can rely on other players to support you or to back you up.
100.
This is solely on your shoulders, and yeah, times of frustration and everything, you know, you do
55.
tend to look, when there is a crowd, tend to look to somebody in the crowd to give you that glare you were on about, or that little bit of inspiration. But there's nothing here
140.
until Saturday, of course.
It's just interesting because some players, if they start throwing badly, they'll put the darts down in practice
26.
and they'll go off and do something
Michael,
else.
you
They'll come
require
back and pick them
80.
back up again. But sometimes you just wonder if playing through that bad spell is actually going to do you more good. Try and set yourself back on the straight and narrow. And speaking of straights,
40.
Neil Duff is looking at 160 for the home straight and the finishing line, because Huntley's
you
missed an
require
opportunity to level
160.
the game. Might still yet have more. Duff is hoping he doesn't. And he won't, because he's got a shot at tops. And if it goes in,
120.
it's nearly hit the number ring, but it's an excellent effort in general from Neil
Michael, you
Duff
require 40.
to win the match, and this is to level it. Game explodes into life. Double 5.
30.
Now then, missed opportunities for
Neil,
Huntley
you require
again.
40.
And he's staring in the face. Back-to-back defeats in Group A here. because
shot
Neil
and a
Duff
match.
doesn't
Neil
mess
Duff.
around. Doesn't afford Huntley another chance. He wins 4-2, nearly took the victory with a 160. It was a pretty turgid performance at times, but sometimes in these group campaigns you just need to get the job done, and Neil Duff did. Next up, Richie Howson takes on Robert Thornton.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And your Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Pluto TV. Every dart of the Modus Super Series, live and free right through 2026. 50 weeks of darting action. It all started for the new year yesterday with the ADC Global Championship final, which was won by Jack Tweddle. And here we are with Senior Showdown. This is Group A. This is game number 6 as Richie Howson takes on Robert Thornton.
First leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
Richie's first game of the day was against Steve West, where he took a 4-2
100.
victory. And Robert Thornton, last game, took a
100.
4-2 victory over Neil Duff. So both on a winning streak at the minute.
Now, I have a
140.
question for you. Robert Thornton, his nickname is The Thorn. Yesterday,
41.
we had plenty of players in the ADC Global Finals whose nickname was just basically a shortened version of their surname. Now, I don't mind it every now and again. Niall Cullerton was called Cully. Gary Stone,
57.
Stoney. Luke Woodhouse in the PDC, Woody. Josh Rock, Rocky. I mean, at least you had the Golden Girl. It was a little bit more
60.
inventive.
Well, yeah, it was given to me by the press officer, actually, Robert Holmes of the BDO.
40.
Well, I'd won 3 gold medals for England. I can't remember. In Durban, I think it was, South Africa.
125. Richie require
And
164.
hence the Golden Girl. It's nothing to do with my hair colour.
100.
Which is still golden, by the way, for everyone listening.
That's only because it's dyed. It'd be great.
You weren't supposed to
otherwise.
say that
59.
bit. I've given you a get out of jail
Richie
free card and you put yourself
64.
back behind bars.
Well, you know, I'm a realist as well.
Double for
Game
Richie
shown the
Howson,
first
which
leg.
is double 16.
Richie Howson.
And 64 is taken out to give him the lead over Robert Thornton here.
Second leg, Robert to throw first. Game on. $41.
Richie Howson, a winner over Steve West in his opening game. Was good on his doubles. Scored pretty well as well. Hit a couple of 180s.
55.
Robert Thornton also won his first match. So if the last game was a clash
100.
between 2 players who hadn't won yet, this is between 2 players looking to keep up a 100% record so far in this Group A campaign.
100. $85.
Well, not only have we got Senior Showdown, we've also got Women's Week coming up as well, which I'm sure you're looking forward to, Trina.
140.
I am, but unfortunately, I'm not playing in it this time. But I am on comms
94.
for the first 3 days, anyway.
Well, you're going to need a rest after you win Senior Showdown, aren't you?
Well, exactly that. That's exactly my thinking.
I don't blame you. But it's great to see the growth
100.
the women's game, isn't it? We've seen Gemma Hayter win here, women's ADC finals. Of course, Gemma played at the Ali Pally, a local girl from Gosport, not
57.
far from this building here
Richie
in Portsmouth.
require 106.
Lisa Ashton.
Yeah. Yeah, took on Michael Smith, didn't she, at Ali Pally?
98. Robert, you require 124.
Well, Howson now
26.
an opportunity to lead by 2
Richie
legs to
require
0
8.
if he can find double 4. And now double 2.
Game
Double
shot on the
2
second leg.
he finds,
Richie Howson.
which tends to look rather big today.
Yeah, it's big enough, isn't it?
Third leg, Richie to row first. Game on.
He leads by 2 legs to 0.
$60.
And just going back to what we were saying before, we had Dieter Hedman here yesterday as well, supporting Shane Turner, who was beaten in the quarterfinals of the
85.
Global Championship. Of course, Bo Greaves is breaking new ground as well for women's players. So it's in a really healthy spot at the moment, isn't it, women's darts?
It is.
140.
It's in a great spot, and we've got some great up-and-coming players coming through as well, and you know, exciting players.
123.
Well, it's been a while since these two were considered up and coming.
81.
You're going to tell them that face to face.
Why I'm sat here in a room a long way away behind a pane of glass.
22.
And now I'm even more fearful because Robert Thornton looks angry.
Yeah, it's as if you've got psychic powers and you've just... I think he's urged you through the glass, to be fair.
95.
He's a lovely man, but you know what the Scots are like when they get angry and lose their
44.
temper. Now I've offended a whole nation.
You have. Anyway,
Back to the darts.
125 for Howson. Finds a 25. Can you find the treble 20? He can't this time.
65.
Leave himself 60 when he returns. But this from Thornton.
125. Richie requires 60.
Loads of room at tops.
Game showing the third leg. Richie
It's
Howson.
3-0 to Richie Howson.
Yeah, great dart there
Fourth leg, Robert to
from Richie.
first.
17 dart leg.
Game on.
He's in control. Averaging 86.71.
Yeah,
It's Robert's 74.19.
yeah, and that's a surprise when you consider Robert
85.
in victory over Neil Duff averaged almost 90 in that game. Was 40% on his doubles as well. Was consistent enough to get the job done, but this is uncharacteristically poor from him. And he's running out of time to set it right because Howson is just one away.
81.
Well, he rushed that last dart and paid the price, went into the one segment.
Well, thankfully for him, if it does all go Pete Tong here and he gets beaten, which is looking like
100.
the most possible outcome, he does have only one game off before he's back up again.
85.
And he takes on Steve West in a couple of matches' time, so it won't be long that he's sat there stewing in the practice room waiting to get back up there again.
55.
Oh, and Robert isn't really one that will go back on the practice board either. Afterwards, he'll just take the rest.
125.
He might throw 9, 12 darts before his next game. He's not a massive practicer in between
100.
matches anyway.
Robert, you require 125.
60 now. 4 tops.
Game
On
showing
tops
the
he
fourth
finds
leg.
to take out the
Robert
125. The first ton plus
Fifth leg, Richie to for first.
finish
Game
of
on.
today's play. Gets a leg on the board with a 15 dart leg.
100. $60. $100.
Two tons to start the leg for Howson.
121.
Thornton's on his tail. He's keeping touch. 2 trebles for Howson here.
100.
Just be the one. We'll put him in a good spot. That forces the Thorn to score heavily again, and he's going to do that. He's going to go the best he can, which is 180. And that puts him down to a finish first.
Now the first max of the match.
Well, Thornton did this
77.
in his game against
Robert,
Neil
you require
Duff.
140.
He hit a 180 till he 58 when he looked miles out of the leg. He's got a much tougher task this time with 140. And now he's blocked his way through to the 60.
58.
Didn't really have much of a choice.
Richie require 124.
Oh, 124 will seal it now for Howson. Treble 18. Would have left the bullseye.
56.
But
Robbie, you
Thornton
require
now
82.
back for 82. Goes the bullseye route. Hits 13.
Now 69 left. Well, I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do
52.
there.
Well, I think he went for a treble 15, but
She requires 68.
surely with 2 darts left, you're going to go for the big number.
Well, there's a treble 15 for Richie Howson.
60.
Just
Robbie, you
over
require
pitches
30.
into
Game show on the 5th leg.
the
Robert
double
Thornton.
12, and Thornton pins double
6th leg, Robert
15
2 for row first. Game
for a
on.
break of throw.
It was a little bit of a rugged end to that leg, wasn't it? Thornton didn't give himself the
92.
best chance with a couple of darts in hand to throw for the leg. He ended up making a bit of a mess of the treble 15 he was aiming for. Richie had an opportunity, found treble 15, then hit double 6 instead of double 10, left
100.
himself with 8 left, and Robert Thornton came back and cleaned up on double 15. So it was all down in the bottom right of the dartboard in that last leg.
123.
Maybe a bit of audible enjoyment from that last leg victory there from Robert Thornton, who's now just one away. Remember, Howson was 3-0 up in this match.
57.
Yeah, one away from levelling up to take us to a deciding leg.
81.
Another deflection there for Robert Thornton. Goes into the 1 bed. Bit unfortunate that.
100.
And Howson finds the treble 20 bed with his last dart on that visit.
65.
Thornton leaving himself 140 after 12.
60. Robbie, you require 140.
He'll have 6 at this. Should he need it? But double 10.
Game
And
show on
double
the 6th
10 he
leg.
pins for the
Robert
140
Thornton.
checkout to take us into a deciding leg.
7th and final leg, Richie 2 for row first.
15 dart
Game
leg
on.
there from Robert Thornton. And look at that. 3 from 3 for Thornton. 3 from 5 for Howson.
Yeah, and that
100.
100% record for Thornton on doubles in this match includes 2 ton plus finishes. That 140, he said that he had 6 darts. He only needed 3. And he
41.
took out the 125 as well, didn't he? So
He did indeed.
2 ton pluses for Thornton in this game. We're into a last leg decider. And imagine if he goes on to win it from 3-0 down, and that's the way he took it down the
60.
stretch.
Yeah, would it be a super result for him if he can manage to get over the line here?
100.
Like you say, with that 3-0 deficit. It would be some comeback, wouldn't it?
$60.
Only a 60 found for Howson.
$140.
Thornton finding that treble 20 bed at the right time.
100.
Howson finding one of his own. Not on a finish yet.
40.
Yeah, wanted the bullseyes, missed the green and the red bit. And he doesn't like it, Robert Thornton, because it means he's not on a finish. But neither is Howson, although he'll get there first. Thornton has worked so hard to get back into this
137.
game, and he's spitting at the fact that he's not given himself the best chance to go on and win it.
85.
Another
Richie
rush
requires
dart
44.
there from Thornton, but 44 now. Double 16 for Howson, double 8.
Game
Double
shot.
80
Man of
finds,
match,
gets over the
Richie
line with a
Howson.
tight 4-3 victory over Robert Thornton. Fair play to Robert there, coming back from a 3-0 deficit to take us to his deciding leg. 83.44 for Howson, 85.21 for Robert Thornton. And coming up after the break, we have Richard Roland and Neil Duff.
you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
This is Group A of Seniors Showdown in the first week of 2026's action at the Modus Super Series. And here's how things have unfolded so far. It all started with Michael Huntley being taken to a last leg decider, which Richard Roland's pinched. Steve West couldn't get his first victory over Richie Howson as Howson ran out a 4-2 winner and went on to beat Robert Thornton in the last match we just saw. In a bit of a thriller at the end, Robert Thornton hit 140 to take us down the stretch, but Howson found his way there to win it as well. So that's 2 victories for Richie Howson, which puts him top of the pile on 4 points. Everyone else has been scrapping it out and clambering over each other. There is still a long way to run in this group, and so there is a bit of hope still for Michael Huntley because we are very early doors in Group A. Now, though, we have the man who the bookmakers felt was going to win this group outright come the end of this week, and that's Neil Duff. He takes on Richard Roland, who maybe has surprised a few people with how he's played so far today. 2 last leg deciders. He's won one and he's lost one. He beat Huntley in game number 1. He ended up losing out to Steve West a few matches later, but in terms of his consistency, that's pretty much been similar through the 2 performances, Trina, so he'll be feeling pretty good despite the fact, like everyone else, he's only got the 1 win, aside from Huntley, of course, who's still yet to taste victory here.
Yeah, he got off to a good start, didn't he? And although average-wise, his second game was 10 points below that, but averages on everything, as we say, narrowly missed out on a victory over Steve West.
Game on.
So I think overall he will be pretty happy with his performance so far. 1-1, lost 1.
100.
Speaking of being happy with a performance, Trina, if I said, before you went up to play a match,
55.
you're going to hit 2 ton plus finishes, including a 140. You'll be 100% on your doubles. You'll average 85 and you'll hit a maximum. Would you shake my hand and say, yes, I'll take that?
I probably would, yes.
What if I went on to say you'd lose the match? Because that's exactly what just happened to
I
Robert.
would believe you.
And I'm sure Robert Thornton probably can't believe it, but he was 3-0 down in that game and he showed such grit and fight to get back into the
100.
contest with those 2 ton pluses, a 125 and a 140. 100% on his doubles, didn't miss a double, lost the match 4-3.
Yeah, another thrilling game, wasn't it, by the pair? Richie Howson finally getting over the line.
125.
Yeah, super darts by Thornton, and was unlucky really not to get more out of it than he did.
30.
But here, shake of the head by Duff. Not quite finding his mark. Poor score there of 30.
137.
Well, this is his third match, and he's averaged 83 in both of them. Well, 83 dead on and 82.91, so
81.
near as 83 in both
Richard,
games.
you require 94.
And he's been displaying similar traits and body language through those 2 games because he knows he can play better. Just hasn't been able to find it just yet. Roland's is looking to find double top.
74.
Well, pulls it low. But he will be back for the double 10. All Duff can do here is try and apply some pressure.
65.
He does leave himself a finish.
Richard, you require 20.
Although be it the big fish, but will he get a chance at it? As Roland looks at double
Game
10
on the
and
first
pins
leg.
it with his first
Richard
dart.
Rollins.
Let's take the first leg of this contest.
Second leg, Neil.
16 dart leg there.
Game on.
For Richard Rollins.
$45.
We currently have a moth flying around in the commentary box.
Have you opened your wallet?
I knew that was coming. I was about to
You
say.
lined me up for that.
The next
100.
question is, whose wallet has that moth come out of? Maybe Henry Deacon left his wallet here from yesterday.
Oh, he won't leave his wallet anywhere.
He left his car keys here yesterday. But then again, I can't speak because I did that a few weeks ago.
26.
Turned my bag inside out. Searched the entire building. Everyone had gone home. The lights had been turned off. What am I going to do? Lost my car keys. Rang up a car dealership. They said it would take 10 days for a new key. I said, that's not going to work.
140.
And so,
Wow.
despairing with no hope left, I walked back to my car. They were underneath my car.
Oh, no.
I dropped my car keys underneath my car
As you went to open it.
as I went to open it.
85.
Well, that's a bit
Well,
of a
well,
nightmare.
it must have been when I locked it before I ended up coming here to
Well, in
the
that
live
case,
lounge.
you're lucky that your car's still there.
I'm very lucky, which is why, despite the fact that Henry Deacon left his car keys here yesterday, I'm saying absolutely
85.
nothing. Because those in glass houses and all of that.
Well, it could have been worse. They could have been run over by a
100.
bus. Well, that's 2 in.
136.
Yeah, Ali Pally's got the Wasp. We've got the Modus Moth.
We usually have a fly up on stage.
100.
Is it just in here then that we have the moth?
It's his first day back at work. We'll give him a break.
Tops then for Roland's. 1 dart in hand for a 2-0 lead.
Game showing a second.
Finds it with his last
Richard
dart.
Rollins.
Does indeed. Progress to 2-0.
Third leg, Richard to
15 dart leg.
Game on.
Yeah, this day is starting to go downhill for Neil Duff. Very much salvageable, of course. We always say with Group A, that's one of the pros of it, is that you get
99.
opportunity to turn around poor form. But this day certainly isn't going the way you would have pictured it when you woke up this morning.
No, absolutely not. But as you say, it's still early days, isn't it?
100.
And he'll definitely be coming back tomorrow with a bit between his teeth. And of course, still looking to progress through today and
180.
get some more points on the board as Richard Rollins puts in the first max of this match.
82.
It's his third of the day.
55.
The honour of most 180s is currently held by Steve West. Hit 3 in one match in his 4-3 victory over Richard
59.
earlier on this morning.
Richard, you require 167.
He leaves that 167 again.
What's that, the 4th or 5th time today,
It's going to be
Trina?
the 5th. It's not going to go this time either, though. 80 scored there, Richard.
97.
He's himself 70 when he returns. Duff back on 260.
140.
That's a good 140 there.
Richard, you require 70.
Let's give himself half a chance should Rollins miss this 70.
2 opportunities at double 8. He's going to need that third and final dart. Finds
Game
its
shot on
mark
the
in the
third
top
leg.
of the bed.
Richard
And
Rollins.
Richard Rollins is marched into a 3-0 lead here over Neil Duff.
Fourth leg, Neil to Faro first.
Well, in the last game, Richie Howson
on.
was 3-0 up on Robert Thornton, and Thornton dug deep and found a way to level it. Duff is going to have to do some digging as well.
He is indeed, but things not going to plan for Neil Duff at the moment.
28.
And he pitches in a 28. And that's going to hurt. Averages at the moment. Richard Rollins 98.02. Neil Duff 73.07.
140.
And that average is only going to creep up with another 2 treble visit for the Welshman. Richard Rollins.
60.
Now does nudge that 3-dart average over 100. And it's climbing still. And still.
140.
Just pitches it's through the 2 previous darts, doesn't it? And just high of the treble 20 bed. He's in control of this leg here.
Another ton here. He'll be really happy with this position. Can he find his way through to the 60?
60.
Well, couldn't pitch it far enough over the top. Just leave a finish though. And Duff
140.
finding a 140.
Richard, you require 161.
Well, it's 161, not 167 this time for Rollins. Treble 18. Doesn't hit it, so there won't be a bullseye shot.
93.
He'll be back for the 68 to try and wrap up the match.
99. Richard, you require 68.
To win it then, 4-zip. Down for 8 or 16. Big 16 leaves double 16.
36.
Missed match dart for Roland's.
Neil, you require 78.
78 now then for Duff. This is a must get. 20 now for tops to save the match.
58.
And he's just underneath.
Richard, you
So
require
Roland
32.
returns for double 16 for a 4-0 victory. Double 8.
Game
Double
shot.
80
And a
finds
match.
with his
Richard
second
Roland.
dart. Takes the 4-0 victory over Neil Duff. Convincing win there for Richard Rowlands with a 95.43 average. Neil Duff 77.45. One maximum. And coming up after the break, we have Steve West and Rob Thornton. Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series here, live in Portsmouth on Pluto TV. It's Showdown week, senior Showdown week. Before the break, we seen Robert Thornton lose to...
First
no, we
leg,
didn't.
Steve.
We seen
Throw first. Game
Richard
on.
Rowlands take a 4-0 victory over Neil Duff. And now here we have
40.
Steve West against Robert Thornton.
You're right, though, Trina. We did see Robert Thornton lose, but the game before. But he was annoyed in the way that he lost because he had managed to pull himself back to a level game after being 3-0 down to Richie Howson. And the 140 to take it level was superb. And then he was just a little bit patchy in that deciding leg. And you know that's annoyed him. But thankfully for the Thorn, he's only had to wait one game off. And it was a pretty quick game as well, because Roland's has just done Neil Duff 4-zip.
81.
So he's not had much time to stew on that annoyance. And he's back up there taking on Steve West.
Yeah, and he was, at least he come kind of like out of that game with more
45.
of a positive than, like you say, he was 3-0 down and managed to bring it back to the 3-3. So for him to bring the game back to that point, kind of like ended on a bit of a positive, although he didn't win the match.
$81. $45.
Yeah, that performance from Richard Rollins, 95 average
95.
in that 4-0 victory over Neil Duff. He was 16-1 to win this Group A. And listen, as we've been saying for ages, there's still a long way to go. But I'm not sure too many people would have picked him as the standout performer to begin with.
Game shot on
that
the
was a
first
standout
leg.
finish from
Steve
Steve
West.
West, his first ton-plusser of this Group A campaign. And he takes
Second
the
leg,
opening
Robert
leg
to
against
throw
Robert
first.
Thornton.
Game on.
Yeah, we're looking at the lineup then, if you like, in Group A. You'd say that Richard was the least experienced on this stage here. So,
100.
you know, I can understand the odds as far as that's concerned there. But he has been the surprise so far of today's play.
Yeah, his scoring's been really good, hasn't it? Averaging that 95.43.
125.
He averaged 93 and a bit in his opening game. The other match, he was quite a way down at 83.28.
45.
But the scoring generally has been pretty good, and he's been a little bit scratchy on the outer ring. He's missed a few too many doubles, probably for his liking.
43.
He's been good at the combination finishes in getting himself a shot at double. It's just those final darts at double, they've been a little bit wayward. But if he can tighten that up a little bit and keep the scoring where it is, he'll be a threat.
$130.
Well, that's a good passage of play there by Westy. Leaves himself 103.
26. Steve, you require 103. $55.
157 then
require 157.
for Robert Thornton. Won't go this time, so West will return for 48.
40.
For a 2-0 lead, and Robert
Steve, you
looking
require
despondent
48.
there. Another loose dart. Tops now. Double 10.
38.
Just on the inside of the wire,
Robert, you
so
require
opportunity
117.
knocks for Thornton.
And now he can't go out.
You're just the wrong side of the wire.
60. Steve, you require 10.
Double 5 for Steve West. No, he can't go out.
6.
Inside with his second.
Robert, you
Thornton
require
gets an
57.
opportunity that maybe he wasn't expecting. Can he take it? Wild dart.
37.
And that one's too low. And he throws his hands up
Steve, you require 4.
in protestation. Westy on double 2.
The massive double 2. Well, he's making it difficult for himself. Having to dance a lot across the hockey
2.
and over pitches.
Robert, you require 20.
Well, he was gesticulating vociferously at the back
leg.
of the stage, Robert Thornton, and he's still at it. But he has the leg that he was after, and a couple of opportunities that maybe he wasn't expecting to get. That will irritate Steve West, but Thornton gets away with it again.
Yeah, he knows he's nicked that leg.
108.
And I don't think West is very happy with him. Fires in a maximum at the start of this leg.
60. $83.
But you know what? That's unlucky. To come away with 83, first dart was perfect. Winced his face a little bit with the second, was a touch low, and the third just the other side of the wire.
45.
As far as 83s go, it's not the worst you've ever seen.
$58.
Bit of an edgy. Few darts from both players here.
26.
As you can see, the Thorn giving himself a round of applause there, rather sarcastically.
123.
1, 2, 3 puts Westy in control of this third leg.
96. Steve, you require 57.
Double 10.
Game shot
Right in the middle of it. 2-1 to West.
Well, ends up being a 15 dart leg.
Robert to throw first. Game on. $134.
Just going back to a couple of legs ago, Steve West was sat on 48. As he's in the treble 20 again.
140.
Can't fill it up this time. And obviously 48 is what you'd consider a double chance shot, because you just aim at the middle wire between 8 and 16 and you've got a shot at double. If it's 16, double 16, you don't really need to readjust too much. You just move across a little bit for the double.
81.
Whereas with 8 and tops, you're down in the bottom left of the board and then you're all the way back up to the top and you're readjusting a little bit more. You're moving slightly more.
100.
And West had an opportunity at that a couple of legs ago and dropped that dart at tops pretty low. It was closer to the treble than the double. I just wonder whether that's a reason, because of the fact you are moving from one side of the board
127.
to tops. And more on that in a sec, because Thornton is looking at 127.
111.
Would have been his third ton plus finish in just a couple of matches.
Well, Westy really needs to find another treble here.
100. Robbie requires 16.
Put the 16 under pressure. But double 8. One dart in hand.
No score.
Well, and pulls it into the big 16. So opportunity for West now to take out the 80 for a 3-1 lead. Double 10.
Game shot.
Double 10 he finds. That's going to hurt Robert Thornton.
Fifth leg, Steve. To
Break of throw.
Game on.
In 15 darts. And now he finds himself throwing for the match.
Yeah, back-to-back 15 darters, finishing on double 10 for Steve West. Chasing down a second victory of this group campaign.
22. $100.
Well, Robert here.
125.
Way below what we know he can perform. Currently averaging 70. His previous match was an 85.
60.
Yeah, he's missed 6 darts at double. Robert Thornton, that doesn't help.
His previous game before that
43.
as well was an 89. And that was the 4-2 victory over Neil Duff. So big difference in
100.
performance here by Robert Thornton.
It has been erratic, you have to say, because he was 100% on his doubles, hit 2-ton plus finishes in his last match, averaged 85.
94.
He did lose
So
it
you
in the
require
last leg decider.
141.
And before that, averaged near on 90. And now Steve West is looking to see him off with 141, which won't happen now.
106.
You know, with all of the
52.
good things Robert did in his
Steve, you require 35.
performance against Howson in defeat, he's not really done the same things here, because West is looking for a third double 10 on the
25.
spin. Would have won him the match. It was a rather awkward 35, and Robert Thornton's left himself on a dud.
105. Steve, you require 10.
That will put the pressure on a bit,
Game
but it's
shot
not
and a
enough.
match. Steve West.
And Steve West takes that victory over Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1. 83.43 for Steve West and Robert Thornton 70.76. Only the one max in that match. And coming up after the break, we have Michael Huntley against Richie Howson.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Still 7 games remain today of Group A here at The Modus Super Series. This is Senior Showdown. And loads more live darts to come over the course of the next 12 months. Live and free on Pluto TV. And game number 9 of this group sees Michael Huntley.
First leg, Michael to throw first. Game on.
Up against Richie Howson. Mike Huntley chasing his first win in this group. Richie Howson looking to upkeep a perfect record.
140.
2 wins from 2 for him so far.
I was saying earlier
45.
that Mike had been playing over the Christmas period and with some success, winning 2 local tournaments. So he's kept his arm in. He just hasn't managed to get any results of today so far. So as you say, looking to put that
100.
right here against the Owl.
Yeah, 2 proper nicknames this time. Apparently he's 54, and I say apparently like it's not fact. It is fact. He is 54, Mike Huntley. But I can see why they call him Babyface.
It's going to have to change at some point, though, surely.
100. Michael, you require 164.
I'm not saying now, Mike. I'm just down the line.
So he'll be aging a lot if he doesn't win
60.
soon. That'll put a few lines on his face. They'll be hoping he gets that first victory of the campaign against Richie Howson. He's been in a couple of tussles.
140. Michael, you require
Beat Steve West 4-2. Also won in the last leg decider against Robert Thornton.
72.
Yeah, the game that he was
Richie require 116.
3-0 ahead.
Yeah, nearly let it slip, didn't he? He's hoping he doesn't let this slip, and he's done it. That's the second time today
76.
that he's done that. He slipped into the
Marky
big 8
required
when going for
32.
big 16 on 116. That very same shot, he did it against Steve West.
Double 4.
24.
And just the other side of the wire. The first 2 were on the inside of the
Richie
wire.
require 40.
And that one on the outside. So opportunity now for Howson to break the throw here.
Game shot on the first leg.
Pins it with
Richie
his
Howson.
first dart. Takes out tops. Does break the throw.
Second leg,
And a
Richie
16 dart leg.
First. Game on.
Well, it didn't cost Howson in the end, missing the big number.
97.
No, but he'll be wanting to make errors like that. Unnecessary errors like that. Put them right,
100.
because at some point in time he's going to be in a position where that's going to cost him.
$100. $100.
A ton apiece.
$100.
Well, consistent tons here from him.
$100.
Well, looking to find more, but only managing the 1 treble visit
58.
at the moment until then. Howson leaving himself on 146 after 12.
85. Richie require 146.
Finds treble 20. Can't find the treble 18. So Huntley
86.
gets to go at
Michael, you require
116.
116.
That's a great dart.
Leaves double 18.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
well
second
done,
leg.
Michael Huntley.
Michael Huntley.
Well, Richie Howson saw his chances at 116 evaporate when he missed the
Third
big
leg,
number.
Michael 2 for
But
first.
Huntley held his
Game on.
nerve and he's levelled this game, one apiece.
Yeah, 15 dart break of throw. There for Mike Huntley. Huntley?
You're married.
100.
I'm just getting a bit mixed up with me
100.
letters here today. Perhaps it's a thing for the new year.
123.
Yeah, that's the fourth ton plus check out of today. Robert Thornton had 2 in 1 match against Richie Howson. In fact, 3 of the 4 ton pluses we've had today have come against Richie Howson.
140.
And 3 of the 4 have been involving games, including Robert Thornton as well. So that 116 added to the list of
81.
ton toppers.
$100.
Well, Howson on 161 after 9.
95. Richie, you require 161.
A good last start there from Huntley. So treble 20, not found.
137.
Yeah, and a
Michael,
good
you
last
require
start this time
102.
from Howson.
Double 16.
70.
And just the other side of the wire.
Richie,
So
you require
Howson,
24.
another opportunity to break on double 12. Has dropped his dart.
No score.
Over pitches.
Michael, you require 32.
So Huntley now for a holder throw. Double 16. That's some distance away. Can he find the double 8?
Game
Better
shot
he
on the third
can.
leg. Michael Huntley.
Adjusts well. Pins the double 8. Leads
Fourth
by
leg,
2
Richie
legs
2
to
for
1.
first. Game on. $100.
Well, Neil Duff takes on Steve West next up, and then it's Richie Howson against Richard Roland.
140.
And that looks to be a pretty tantalising game already in Group A, particularly in the context of how today's gone so far. Rollins is currently top of the group on legs
100.
difference, largely because he beat Neil Duff 4-0 in his last match. So he's on 4 points, but so is Richie Howson. Steve West is there as well with a couple of wins under his belt. West has played 3 matches. This is Howson's 3rd game.
85.
But Huntley has the lead. But if Howson goes on to turn this around and wins it, that makes that Roland's game even more tantalising.
123.
Well, almost a max from Howson. This goes into the treble 1 bed and therefore doesn't leave himself a finish.
60. $54.
Well, big score here from Huntley. That's not a great start. That is a good recovery.
121.
And so is that.
Richie, you require 124.
Well, the 1-2-4 won't go. So Huntley back for 95.
92.
For
Michael,
a
you require
3-1 lead.
95.
Looking at the 19s. No, he starts with his eyes on the 25. Now he's got some readjusting to do. There's 48 points, which leaves double top.
Game shot on the 4th.
Oh, and he's just squeezed that
Michael
in
Huntley.
just about the right side of the wire. I don't think there was any
5th flag,
sisal
Michael to Furrow first.
between tungsten
Game
and
on.
steel wire there.
It was a great save of the leg. Goes for the bullseye with his first dart and into the 7 bed. Readjusts.
100.
Finds the darts to finish the leg. Now Howson has some work to do.
100.
Huntley throwing here for the match.
$60.
Will be wanting to get over the line for his first victory of today.
$60.
Howson can only find a 60 himself.
$81.
Well, if he goes on to win this, he'll certainly feel a lot better about himself. Michael Huntley, he's missed a couple of doubles, but so have pretty much all of the players. Even Richard Roland, who leads the group, has
140.
had opportunities at double, which he should have done better with and hasn't been able to capitalise or convert.
100.
Puts him back in the mix. You don't want to be the player just sat on zip at the bottom of the table, certainly not for too long. When everyone else is winning games around you, just adds pressure to your shoulders, even though there's a lot of games
100.
still yet to be played.
Michael, you
It's a
require
position you'd rather
160.
not be in, obviously.
You just want to get points on the board, don't you? And get that little bit of a confidence. But what a deflection that was.
Richie, you require 101.
I think the flight might have hit the 5 segment, bounced it back into the 20.
Well, that was weird. Well, Huntley will have
93.
a pop at the 60
Michael,
for a
you require
4-1
60.
victory.
Match darts incoming for Mike. 2 of them. Double 10 to win the game.
40.
Misses. And Howson is looking at double
Richie,
4
you
to keep this
require
game
8.
alive.
Game
And
shot on
double
the 5th
4
leg.
he
Richie
finds
Howson.
to save the match. A break of throw.
6th leg, Richie
Now
to
Howson
Furrow first.
finds
Game on.
himself throwing first to take us to a deciding leg. That was a 16 dart leg there from Howson.
85. $60.
Richie, at the beginning of December, celebrated his 60th birthday. I'm sure he's going to love me for saying that.
95.
Was certainly wise, living up to his nickname of the Owl.
Yeah, and of course,
85.
World Seniors Champion of Champions in 2024. A real likeable fella as well. A real lovely guy.
60.
They all are actually out the back. The great bunch of guys, and
Well, Richie's reached his treble 20th birthday, hasn't he?
134.
And Michael Huntley's celebrated his 18th 3 times over.
$60.
Maybe we should start a trend of people celebrating their 18th birthday again when they turn 36 and again when they turn 54.
41.
Keeps you young.
sounds like a good idea to me.
59.
Well, Huntley might have just taken his eye off of this leg a little bit because Howson's first down to a finish, but you can find a bigger treble than that in this visit.
55.
Which he can't do.
Richie, you require 142.
Give him a better chance. 126, you feel is slightly more favourable effort than 142, which now won't go for Richie Howson.
60.
So Huntley does have a chance to win it here
Michael, you
on the
require
19s.
126.
Well, needs a treble 19 now for the bullseye.
54. Richie, you
Howson
require
back
82.
for 82 to save the match. 17 then for tops.
42. Michael, you require 72.
Gets the treble. I think that leaves double 7. Yeah, it's in the double 5. Yeah, 14 left, double 7.
58.
And he's missed more match darts.
Richie, you
An
require
untimely
40.
slip, and now Howson can make us go to a final leg.
Double 10.
20.
Well, he can't find the target.
Michael, you require 14.
So Huntley back for double 7. He might decide to split here. Go straight for it.
Game
He
shot
finds it
and
with
a
his
match.
last start.
Michael Huntley.
Gets some points on the board for his first victory of today's play. Takes that match by 4 legs to 2 against Richie Howson. Averages 83.50 for Huntley, 85.25 for Howson. Coming up after the break, we have Steve West and Neil Duff.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Well, welcome back, and here we have the Group A situation at the moment. Richard Roland's top at the moment. And Steve West and Richie Howson. And Michael Huntley finally getting off the mark. Puts himself on 2 points, jumps him into 4th position. And now we have Neil Duff and Steve West taken to the hockey. Neil Duff finds himself at the bottom of the table at the moment. Not a position
First
that
leg, Neil for
anybody would have suggested at the beginning of the day. Actually, the bookie's favourite to win this group. But still a long way to go.
100.
West standing in 2nd position.
$60.
Should be an interesting match, this one.
$140.
Neil will be wanting to get himself off the bottom of the table. Steve will be wanting
81.
to temporarily jump top if he's to take the win here.
43.
Yeah, he can put some pressure on, can't he, Steve West? And jump to the top of this Group A. We'll put him on 6 points from 4 games, and especially ahead of the Richard Roland's Richie Howson game, with both players locked on 4 points next up after this. It's definitely in Westie's interests.
140.
Might be able
Here we
to
require 170.
engineer an advantage at the top of the table. Duff can't
60.
engineer an opportunity
Steve, you
at the
require
big fish.
80.
Tops then.
Game showing the
Tops
first
is
leg.
found.
Steve West.
Takes out the 80 for the first leg of the match.
Second
A
leg,
break
Steve
of throw.
row first. Game on.
A 15 dart leg there
60.
for Steve West.
$100.
Just thinking about how Neil Duff is feeling at the moment.
41.
Not playing great. Fancied by the odds makers to come through the group. Still might as group winners. Just too early to tell at this stage. When you're in the practice room and you're not playing well,
140.
or maybe you are playing well in practice, but you get up on the stage and it's not going your way. I presume most players, and you'll be able to tell me,
60.
having been in this position, they get up there and they think, just try and win the first leg. Win the first leg, whether it's a break or a hold, just win the first leg. So when you lose it,
55.
Steve West has taken out 80 and it's 1-0. Does that dip your confidence even more when your first goal is just to win that opening leg?
140.
Well, obviously you're going to be disappointed, but, you know, what makes a great dart player is being able to put that
60.
to one side and start again. You know, you have to do that. Otherwise, if you're living and thinking about the previous leg,
81.
you're not going to progress
Neil, you
into
require
the leg
146.
that you're actually playing in, and so you have to move forward. You know, there's nothing you can do about that. You have to move forward. Be frustrated at that.
Well, he got the
86.
first dart going, didn't he?
Steve, you require 119.
Would have felt like he had a good chance at it. I can't find the treble 20. Steve West.
79. Neil, you require
Duff back
60.
then for 60 to level the match. And this for a breaker throw.
Game show on the second
And
leg.
it stands
Neil
at
Duff.
1-1. Breaks back straight away.
Third leg, Neil 2 for first. Game on.
And that a 17 dart leg from Neil Duff. Puts him back in control and fires off with a maximum. See, there we see a situation, Niall, where he's taken the leg. He's got that little bit of
93.
confidence back, that little bit of edge. He hit the dart. He hit the double first dart. A little bit of confidence has enabled him to go ahead and
42.
hit a maximum.
Well, Steve's maximum hitting has been good. The best in the field so far today.
99.
We were treated to a fair few more 180s in the
99.
opening fixtures of the day. It's been quite meagre, just a handful of 180s. Just 3 in the last
60.
5 games. Compared to 11 in the opening 3 fixtures. So they have dried up a
60.
little bit on their
Neil, you require
maximum hitting.
120.
But we have seen more ton plus finishes. Won't see another one though.
I was just about to say that.
84.
We've had the 140,
Steve, you require
the
150.
125 from Howson, from Thornton.
Yeah, Westies
98.
hit
Neil,
100
you
as
require
well.
36.
A sweet 2-darter.
Game show on the third leg. Neil Duff.
And he's not going to win this leg because Neil Duff has just found a little purple patch.
Fourth leg, Steve 2 for first. Game on.
Hits a 180 in that last leg. Tidies it up on double 18.
It's all back on throw now.
26.
And that's a disappointing visit from Steve West. Good second dart
137.
and a good third dart from Duff. Say good second dart because his first dart was underneath that treble 20
81.
bed again and can compromise the second dart. But he did find a way through.
100.
Neil Duff, of course,
100.
the WDF World Champion of 2022. Versus Tricol with a 6-5
100.
victory. England Open Champion 2024.
180. Neil, you require 164.
Nice maximum from West. But this 164 is on. It's on. Bull.
139.
Narrowly misses the centre of the board.
Steve, you require 114.
Just a whisker away. Opportunity for West. Can't find the treble 18. So Duff will
74.
return for
Neil,
25.
you require 25.
Double 8.
Game short
Double
of
80
4.
finds to
Neil
lead
Duff.
by 3 legs to 1. Another breaker throw there for
Fifth
Neil
leg,
Duff.
Neil 2 for first.
14
Game on.
darter.
Well, it's a chilly, frosty, wintry day outside. And
95.
for many people today, the first day back at work after the Christmas and New Year break. And in darting terms, Neil Duff has woken up late this morning. He's overslept his alarm.
60.
He's got out to his car. He's found out the car won't start. He won't be able to open the door because it's frosty. But now he's finally jump-started it and he's ticking along the road. That's what it feels like in this campaign. He's
121.
just begun to start finding a gear.
Well, that's one way of putting it, Niall.
180.
Steve West fires in a max. His second of this match.
Yeah, the problem is
45.
Steve West has got a 4x4.
$140.
Well, he follows up with a ton 40. So in control of this leg.
$140.
But that 140 by Neil
Steve by
Duff
121.
puts pressure on. The 1-2-1, and it can't be found.
53.
So Duff
Neil
now
require 100.
100 for the match. Tops. Double 10
80.
to the side. So opportunity for
requires
West to take
68.
out 68.
Couple of match starts missed for Duff. Double 4 now. Down to double 2.
64.
Doesn't happen for Steve West, and now Neil Duff has 3 more
Neil, you
darts to try and
require
win
20.
this. That is a mile away.
Seeing the funny side and just checking to see if it was
Game
there,
shot.
but that one
Man of
is.
match, Neil Duff.
Pins the double 5 and takes the 4-1 victory over Steve West. A 90.95 average for Neil Duff and a 91.12 for Steve West. 3 maximums there. Coming up after the break, we will see Richie Howson against Richard Roland.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for the match.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Darter tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Darter double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skee's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Van Ski is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game! Shot! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith!
This is the Modus Super Series, live and free on Pluto TV, and this is Group A of the Senior Showdown. First week of darting action across this calendar year, of which there is plenty to get your teeth stuck into. And we're getting our gnashers sunk into this, because with 5 games left to go, this is perhaps a game which takes top billing. Not necessarily one you would have predicted at the start of the day, but because of the way the darts have gone so far this morning, Richie Howson against Richard Roland sees first in the group take on second, Trina.
Richie to throw first.
And a warm embrace between the pair of them as they vie it out for a victory which would see them go outright top of these Group A standings.
41.
It's indeed all to play for here in this match. Both players will know the importance of it as well. So a bit more of added pressure from both sides.
100.
So it'd be a big victory for either of them.
100.
Scoring's been good from Roland's so far today.
101.
Averages of 93.19, 95.43.
Well, Richard Roland's in his first game of today's play. Oh, in actual fact, I was just looking. He's actually bettered his highest average in his game against Neil Duff, his 4-0 victory of 95.43. That is his highest recorded average to date. His previous highest average was 94.87, which he achieved in the Welsh Classic of 2025.
Round of applause for Roland. Of course, this is a short format, first to 4, so that definitely lends itself to breaking records, but you'll take it all day long. I said you'll take it all day long, not that he's taking all day long, because he is a slow thrower, in all fairness to him.
$140. Richard, you
It's one
require
thought
104.
you were taking the mickey then.
Well, there's been a lot of talk over the last couple of weeks about the speed of play. There is nothing dictating how long it takes to throw 3 darts. As long as you do.
27.
And of course, we've seen
Richie, you require
the
75.
rise of some really rapid players.
Game shot on the
Rapid
first
start
leg.
for Howson.
Richie Howson.
When it comes to his doubles, as he leads 1-0.
Second leg, Richard to
With that
throw
75
Game on.
checkout. But we saw it at the Ali Pali, didn't we? Where Mensur Suljevic was receiving criticism from not just those on social media and certain portions of the press, but from his own
55.
opponent, who effectively accused him of bending the rules or cheating. The word cheating was used to describe someone that throws slow, and I think that that is a slippery slope to go down.
I mean, Mensur has always played at that pace. He's, you know, there's nothing new that he's added there to his throw. But yeah, it's always difficult, isn't it, to
82.
to judge on that kind of side of things, and that it is a judgment that's being made there.
I'm sure I saw a graphic as well which timed the amount of seconds Mensur Suljovic took to throw his 3 darts. And it wasn't that different to what he normally takes, which is around about 6 seconds or 6.5 seconds.
$140.
And we're so used to seeing rat-attack games now in darts that when you do get a couple of slow players, it maybe just feels strange.
41.
And it's when you are a fast player, it is hard to play against a slow player. Wow, he just said, as that one flies nearly into the double top.
85.
Sorry, I got distracted then.
$45.
I was saying when you are
Richard,
a fast
you
player,
require 139.
a slow player can determine the pace.
$87.
Well, I've just timed that visit from the first dart leaving his hand to the third dart hitting the board. It was 10.76 seconds.
140.
Which in modern terms is an absolute
Richard, you
eternity.
require
And that makes
52.
Mensur Suljovic look fast if it is around 6.5 seconds. But who cares? Because if you're posting your highest ever average, which Richard Roland has done today, then it doesn't really matter. What matters is whether this dart goes in.
36.
Which it doesn't. You feel
Richie,
he might get
require
more opportunities
145.
because 145 is difficult ask, although he's made inroads into it.
Well, tops required now for a 145 checkout.
James
Oh,
on
and
the
what
second
a
there.
shot that is
Richie Howson.
from Richie Howson. Takes out the
Third leg, Richie
145
2
when
for
Roland's was
Game
sat on a double and had darts at it as well. Pins it and takes the 2-0 lead. A break of throw as well.
100.
And that could prove to be vital in this match.
That's the first
100.
ton plus he's had. And it's the biggest we've had of the day. 145. Bettering the 140 that Robert Thornton hit earlier on.
Yeah, a great shot there from
100.
Richie Howson. Talk about timing again. A perfect example.
$100. $100. $50.
Well, unlucky there to only find 50, just the other side of the wire.
59. $100. Richie require 142.
Finds a ton to leave himself 151, but Richie now on 142. Won't go this time.
100. Richard, you require
Just leave
151.
itself nice. But 151 now for Roland's.
61. Richie require 42.
Howson to make it 3-0.
Over pitches
Richie to
into
require
the
90.
8 bed. Now a chance for Roland's to get one on the board here.
Double 15.
Game show on the third
Sweetly
leg.
done.
Richard
2
Roland.
data for Welshie.
Well, I think they'd both agree that
Fourth
both
leg,
players
Richard
there
to
have pinched a
Farofa.
leg off each
Game
other.
on.
That 145 from Richie Howson. And then that from Roland's.
$100. $100.
Well, Roland's would be pleased with that because had he had gone 3-0 down, he would have been at risk of being on the receiving end of what he did to Neil Duff in his last game. That was match number 7, where with a 95.43
45.
average, which we've now established is one of his best ever averages. He beat Neil 4-0. And Duff only had 1 dart at a
55.
double in that match because of the way that Richard was scoring. And that dart that Duff had at double was at the end of a combination finish, which he missed. And so Roland's was there to take the whitewash win.
And of course, his other 2 games that he's played today have both been a 4-3 scoreline. It's 4-3 against Michael, a winning 4-3.
45.
And then a 4-3 loss against Steve West.
$59. $99.
Well, this leg a little bit more laboured than the last. Still awaiting both players to reach a finish.
100.
But Roland's will get himself within range.
Well, averages around the 82 mark for both players
140.
at the moment.
Richard, you require 137.
137 now for Richard. It's not on now. It's the big 7.
71. Richie requires 62.
Gives himself a slap on the head there. 17 left. And double 8.
Game shot
For
on
a
the fourth leg.
3-1
Richie House.
lead. And a break of throw.
Fifth leg, Richie
Now
to
Richie
Farofa.
finds himself.
Game on.
He looked a bit surprised there that he'd actually broken the throw there. He didn't realise he'd got the darts in this leg. But he does
90.
and has the opportunity now to get it all wrapped up from here.
$96. $60.
Welshie, as they call him.
140.
He's a Welsh Classic champion of 2025 as well. was a 6-4 victory over fellow Welshman
125.
Stephen Cake.
Doesn't sound like Cake could rise to the occasion.
133.
Should have said he wanted a piece of him, Trina.
You should have.
85.
That'd have been a better line.
Richard, you require 132.
Yeah, they're only going to get worse. Sorry about that, everyone. The darts might just get better, though, from Roland's. Treble 19 isn't found. He just mutters under his breath to himself what he needs, which is 88, so treble 20 is the target.
Richie, you require 141.
141 then for Howson. Won't go. So Roland's back for 68
85.
to move within 1.
Richard, you require 68.
Looking for 60 points. Single either 8 or 16. It's 16, so that leaves double 16. Oh, that was a
44.
horrible deflection. It leaves him double
Richie, you
12,
require
but he might not get a
56.
shot at it. That was strange. But this might be simple.
16.
Nothing simple when you're throwing darts to win a match. They always say it's the
Richard, you
hardest double
require
for a reason.
24.
Match darts have been and gone now for Howson.
Yeah, so 24 for Roland's
Game shot on the 5th leg.
to move within
Richard
1.
Rollins.
And a break of
6th
throw.
leg, Richard to throw first. Game on.
Again.
Again. He's tend to be doing this a lot, isn't he? These 4-3, with the exception of the 4-0 against Neil Duff.
125.
All his other games have gone to the 4-3.
Yeah, he's been 3-1 down 3 times.
97.
Well, that shows that he's not a quitter. Battles it out.
The 134.
Super darts from Roland's. He's putting himself in a good position here to level up.
100.
A bit of a snatch there.
36.
We're not happy with that throw there.
55.
Howson cannot make any impact on that.
Well, for Richard, he started this leg 1-2-5, 1-3-4, 36.
100.
And that's partly the problem, I think, at times for him. He'll score well, and then the bad visits, they're not just trebleless, they're really bad visits.
99. Richard, you require 106.
But he is down to finish first, and it's very makeable. Can he find the treble 18? Yes, he can. It's very makeable.
Game shot.
106 taken out by Richard
Rollins.
Rollins, and we're level again. It's the 3rd time today he's been 3-1 down and found a way back into the match. And for the 3rd time today, he's in a last leg decider.
Well, he's getting his money's worth, isn't he? He's making things difficult for himself, but all credit to him. He's not giving in, is he?
60.
He's battling his way through. Howson now has the darts in this leg, so technically speaking, should be the favourite. However, in the first leg of today's play, we're in the same situation here.
180.
As Howson fires in a maximum. Good timing. But yeah, 3-3 at the beginning of the match today against Huntley.
Well,
He was
Richie
against the throw there, and he managed to come through.
Yeah, and Richie Howson's been in a last leg decider himself today as well. He beat Robert Thornton 4-3, and a very similar thing happened where Robert Thornton found his timing to level the game with a 140. It was a brilliant ton plus checkout from the Scot. But then Richie just found a gear in the last leg decider, and he's done the same thing here. He's found his first maximum of the match in the last leg.
He's got to. So 161 now to get over the line.
100.
That's a great dart
Richie
from
require
Richard Roland.
161.
Finds a treble 20 bed with his last start there. Not on a finish, but he will be returning
65.
to the board.
All he can do is try and make Howson twitch with a big score here.
140.
That's pretty much what
Richie
he's
required
done.
96.
That's all he was able to do. Finds the treble. Match start incoming.
88.
Richie Howson has missed opportunities again to win this match.
Richie requires
Might he
61.
get more?
Oh, 61 now for Rolands. All Richie can do is look on. Well, finds a 25. Can he find the double 18? Double 9. And he's just pulled it
57.
into the 14 bed, so reprieve for Howson
Richie require 8.
as he looks at double 4.
Both players have now missed match darts. There are more misses now. Double 1 to win it.
6.
That is now at least 6 missed match darts for Richie Howson.
Richard, you require 4.
Roland, who didn't think he would get another chance, is looking at double 2 himself. Miles inside. And he's inside on the madhouse as well. Gives himself a slap on the back of the head.
Require 2.
Howson with more darts in hand to close out this match. He should have done it ages ago. A wire bender. But a winner with his third dart. And he shakes his head because he stumbled his way over the line. Another last leg decider for Richard Rolands, who dug deep after being 3-1 down for the third time today. But it's Richie Howson who comes out on top in the battle between number 1 and 2 in Group A. And next up, Thornton takes on Huntley.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series here, live on Pluto TV, Portsmouth in the UK. Here we have Group A of the Senior Showdown for the first week of the year. Before the break, we've seen Richie Howson take a 4-3 victory over Richard Roland. And now we have Rob
First
Thornton
leg, Robert to
and Mike
first.
Huntley.
Game on.
Mike Huntley currently in 5th position and Robert at the bottom
41.
of the table in 6th.
Yeah, it's funny how things change, isn't it, Trina? Because only a couple of matches ago we were saying Mike Huntley doesn't want to be the one to be cut adrift on 0 points at the bottom. And a couple of dodgy displays from Robert Thornton have seen him unwantedly put his name in the mix at the bottom of the pile as well. This is, as you say, 5th against 6th.
24.
And Robert is now bottom of the group heading into this one. And listen, there are only a couple of points between these two players and the lads above them. But still, you don't want to be the one at the bottom of the pile in 6th.
Absolutely
55.
not. And no. Robert's first performance of today was a 4-2 victory over Neil Duff and with an 89.81 average. So as the day's gone on, his game has gradually gone down. I mean, he's showed moments of brilliance
126.
with his game against Richie Howson. Although losing 4-3, he had a 140 checkout and a 125.
96.
So it's been there, but in patches.
$60.
Whereas Huntley in his last game finally got off the mark against Richie Howson, took a 4-2 victory there. Had a 116 checkout himself.
133. Michael, you require
Got his
120.
first points on the board. As he looks at 120 now, Shanghai for the first leg of this match. Tops.
100.
It's just underneath.
Robbie, you require 126.
Thornton now for 126. We'll stay there. So now bullseye.
Does he think he's missed the big number?
76 score.
He thinks he's hit the 7.
Yes, I think he does.
Shot at the ball, Robert.
91.
Well, some distance away. But yes,
Michael, you require 20.
I don't think he could see that properly. But now double 10 for Huntley. Into double 5.
No score. Robbie, you require 35.
Double 16 then. For a holder throw.
Game showing a
Pins
first
it with
leg.
his second
Robert
dart.
Thornton.
Leads the match by 1-0.
Second leg, Michael to throw first. Game on. 100. 100.
A ton of piece away for both players.
60. 30. 140.
Robert Thornton, obviously senior, world seniors champion in 2022, the first ever one.
42.
And again in 2023. And the seniors match play champ as well in 2022.
83. 40. Michael, you require 118.
Can't finish now. Only 15 scored with that treble 5. And he's followed it in with another one.
34.
Well, he's missed his target 3 times on the bounce.
Yeah, loose darts there from Huntley.
140.
That 140 does leave Thornton on a finish, but well, he will have. Well, he won't.
52.
Well, he will have a chance now. 149. But that's not to be either.
83.
That was a bit like the Chuckle Brothers to me, to you. He did have a chance, he didn't have a chance, then it was in, then it was out, then it was off, then it was on. What we do know is that double 16 needs to be pinned by Huntley to level the game. He's had 2 darts at it.
No
Can't
score.
get it with the third either. So back to Robert Thornton for another
66.
chance.
Yeah, 66 required. So 20 now for Tops. Now Tops is
Game
normally
shot
his
of second
favourite.
leg.
He
Robert
makes
Thornton.
sure it is this time as well. Takes the 2-0 lead and a break
Third
of
leg,
throw.
Robert to Faro first. Game on.
It's not a pretty game as far as averages are concerned here.
86.
But it does find Thornton with a 2-0 lead.
$26.
And 2014, the World Grand Prix, he and James Wade hit a 9-darter in the same
100.
match. We're talking about Robert Thornton now.
Yeah, remarkable, wasn't it?
You don't see that very often.
24.
Well, we didn't see any 9-darters at all
127.
at the Alexandra Palace for the PDC World Darts Championship.
30.
No, which is unusual in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, many people were predicting that there would be 4, 5 expanded field, more
40.
matches, but we didn't see one. But we did see a whole load of big fish finishes. I think 14 170s in the end.
Yeah, and an amazing amount
60.
of money
Robbie, you
raised
require
for prostate
148.
cancer as well, with the maximums being hit.
78.
Well, this time of year as well, a lot of conversations ongoing about who should participate in the PDC Premier League of darts. And Robert Thornton has competed 3
26.
times
Robbie, you require 70.
in the Premier League. That's 45 scored.
Game shot on the third
manages
leg.
to get himself
Robert
out of a
Thornton.
tight spot there. I'm not sure he entirely meant to do that,
Fourth
you
leg,
know.
Michael to Faro first.
Well,
Game on.
rectified his mistake, didn't he? And pinned the double 8 to put things right. Leads the match by 3 legs to 0.
140.
Yeah, speaking of the Premier League of darts, it's 10 years since the Thorn was last in it. Playing darts like that, hitting maximums. Highest finish of 5th. Did finish in 8th position a couple of times as well.
60.
Was on the receiving end of prime Michael van Gerwen, who in 2016 posted a near 118 average against him
83.
in a 7-5 win for the Dutchman. Unfortunately for the Thorn, he was done 7-0 twice in that 2016 Premier League campaign, once by
9.
Chizzy and once by the power Phil Taylor. So maybe he doesn't have the fondest memories of playing Premier League darts, but there's no doubt in the man's
45.
quality and what he's achieved over the years.
Absolutely. He's been around for a long time and he
85.
has a very good record.
Yeah, 10 years now since he won the
26.
World Grand Prix. Beat MVG in that final. Has been to 4 major finals in the PDC, winning 2 of them. Was a UK Open champion in 2012.
140. Robbie require 167.
Yeah, beating Taylor 11-5.
34.
Yeah, I
Michael,
think
you
maybe
require
that's testament of his
67.
quality that he was coming up against the legend that is Phil Taylor. And a prime MVG.
Game shown
But it's Huntley we're talking about now because he's taken a leg off of the Thorn.
5th leg,
to
Robert
make it
to
3-1.
throw first. Game on.
He holds his throw with an 18 dart leg. And now Robert
36.
throwing for the match. But with darts like that, surely Huntley is going to jump all over it.
57.
Be disappointed with that visit. Prime opportunity to put pressure on Robert Thornton for this leg.
41.
Well, we saw Thornton against Howson earlier on go to a last leg decider, and of course in the 2023 World Seniors Championship, those two played against each other.
58. 100.
Narrow advantage for the Scotsman. Huntley hoping to peg him back. Another treble would be nice.
100.
Straight ton for him.
$80. $121.
Good recovery there from Huntley. Not on a finish though. Whereas that
123.
has left Thornton 1-2-1 when he returns.
55. Robbie, you require 121.
So for the match.
Can't go out now. Seen that a couple of times, haven't we? Huntley did it earlier on in this game, hitting 15 when he wanted
51.
the 60. There's been a lot of
Michael, you require
sarcastic
110.
applause emanating from Robert Thornton today. And now they've missed a big number as well, Huntley, on this occasion. Well, they've hit the big number, I should say, and missed the treble. That's what he was aiming for.
70. Robbie, you require 70.
Topsy wants to win.
50.
Normally so reliable on that double.
He is, but
Michael, you
opportunity
require
now
40.
for Mike Huntley for tops.
Game shown a
And
5th
Topsy
leg.
finds
Michael
with his
Huntley.
first dart. Goes within 1.
Sig flag Michael to throw first. Game on.
Break a throw there.
Well, Robert Thornton, he didn't know that he hit a single 19 earlier on to leave a shot at the bull. He thought the dart was in the 7, so he wasn't sure what was going on. Eventually figured out that he did have a dart to win the leg at the bullseye. And there, he's just fist bumped Mike Huntley, not because he said well done for going 3-2 behind. He thought we were going to a last leg decider.
26.
Put your specs on, Robert.
$100.
Is this going to go to another deciding leg, do you think?
This is it, isn't it? I mean, there's a chance. There's every chance, really, because as we've been saying about Robert Thornton, it just feels like he hasn't been able to construct to start to finish performance just yet. There have been moments of brilliance. The 2 ton plus finishes in the same match against Richie Howson, the 125, the 140, were excellent because they were clutch. He needed them to get himself back in the game and force, as you say, a last leg decider. In the end, he lost out, but there were moments, glimpses of the old Thorn, what he can do. But there have just been maybe one too many of these kind of visits. Yeah, he's
11.
given up on that visit. It's an 11 score.
141.
So, your question, do you think we'll get another last leg decider? I think the answer is looking more and more likely to be yes.
Yeah, indeed. Huntley on 81 after 15 and
100.
Thornton way back.
81.
62 left. Now double 16.
49.
Well, he will be back.
$69. Michael, you require 32.
Double 16 then to take us all the way. Double 8.
16.
And it can't be found. So
Robert, you
Thornton
require
now,
170.
the chance of the big fish.
If that had gone, it would have been the thorniest of thorny things from Robert Thornton. He's already done
55.
it once.
Michael, you require
Clutched
16.
his way to something he needs. It looks like his time might be up in this one, or at least it should be. Huntley smiles. That smile will be bigger now because he's won the
Michael
match.
Huntley.
Oh, sorry, he's won the leg and gone to a last leg decider. Everyone's lost their head, including me.
7th and final leg. Robert to throw first.
It is a last
Game
leg
on.
decider. Well, Robert Thornton thought the last leg we just had was a last leg decider. I've just thought that Huntley's won the match. No one knows what's going on, but we do have one more leg of 501 to determine who wins the 2 points here in Group A.
Niall, are you feeling all right? Do you want some water?
43. $96.
I've just restarted.
You've rebooted yourself.
Rebooted, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This is the Modus Super Series. Welcome to Senior Showdown, Group A, Day 1.
45.
And this is game number 12. Still got
41.
3 more games to go for you. So strap in and enjoy the ride because we've got another 49 and a bit weeks of live darts here from the live lounge.
60.
Did you say we've got Women's Week coming up next week? A great lineup there.
$100.
I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who are you most looking forward to watching play at Women's Week?
Well, I'm not so sure. Going by the poster
85.
anyway, that's on social media,
Well, listen,
99.
don't give anything away that's going to get you in trouble, Trina Gulliver. But just keep an eye on the Modus Super Series social channels and, of course, the website. And
Michael,
keep
you
tuned
require
in here to
74.
Pluto TV. And you won't miss any of the action, including Women's Week. Now Huntley does have a chance to win the match.
Game shot.
And this
the
time
match.
he does
Michael
win it
Huntley.
on tops. Well, Robert Thornton was in control of the game. He was 3-0 up, but he's lost it because Mike Huntley has ended up taking it in a last leg decider. He managed to find a pocket of form in the last few legs, and he wins 4-3. Next up, Howson takes on Duff. Richie Howson and Neil Duff. Our next game on the stage at the Modus Live Lounge here in North End in Portsmouth.
Game on.
All of the action live and free on Pluto TV. And Richie Howson is currently the group leader because he beat Richard Roland in a last leg decider in his last game, which was a couple of matches ago. And he has the opportunity to end this group top
43.
for today anyway. So if he wins this, from what I can tell, it doesn't look like anyone is going to be able to catch him because he beat Richard
100.
Rowlands. There's only one game left for Rowlands. That's the final game of this afternoon against Robert Thornton, match 15. Steve West is on 4 points. Michael Huntley is on 4 points.
41.
They play next up against each other. Here's how the table sits. So, really, if he wins this, Richie Howson, he's in a really good spot, Trina.
Yeah, and he'll be
36.
happy with today's performance, if that is the case, to be at top of the table.
100.
That's what everybody wants to do as they start the
60.
week's play, is to finish top of the table. Get off to a good start. It makes things easier along the way. Of course, it can all go pear-shaped the following day.
Yeah, how many times have we seen that?
180.
How many times have we seen that maximum from Richie Howson? Loads over the years. But we've seen it before, haven't we, here at the Modus Super Series,
41.
where a player will be scintillating
Richie
one
required
day and then the
37.
next day maybe not win as many matches, and they might not finish the group top, but they did the bulk of their work earlier on, and it gives them such a good platform
5.
to go on and qualify.
Yeah, indeed. And getting that start can give you that confidence boost as well. And going into the following day.
121. Richie required 32.
32 now for Howson to take this first
Game's
leg.
on the first
And he
leg.
does so
Richie
with his
Howson.
first start. 1-0 to Howson.
Second leg, Neil to throw first. Game on. $60. $60.
Just taking a glance at Richie Howson's doubling percentage, and the first couple of matches he had,
100.
really impressive. Beat Steve West 4-2, doubling at 50%. Ended up winning 4-3 against Robert Thornton, 57%.
140.
There have been a couple of games where he's not quite been as at it. One of them he paid the price in, but he wasn't a great deal better
100.
against Richard Rowlands on the outer ring, but yet he still managed to snap his way through that last leg decider, taking it at the end, and that's why he's in such a good
83.
position. Those early games when maybe people were just warming up, Trina, he was pretty much at it on the outer ring from the word go.
Yeah,
100.
early start. Early lead. You can only build from there, can't you? And it's like I say, it's a confidence booster as well.
98.
Yeah, and it's in
Neil,
contrast to
you
Neil
require
Duff, who
141.
started so slowly, but in the last couple of matches has found a little bit of something that's got him going.
79.
Neil Duff is currently
Richie require
second bottom.
120.
Robert Thornton sits at the back of the pack on 2 points. Tops.
100.
Not quite for Richie
Neil,
Howson.
you require 62.
Just underneath the wire. So now Duff on 62. Tops then.
42.
That was to level up. But now an opportunity
Richie, you
for
require
Howson to
20.
increase his lead even further. Double 10. Double 5. Well, it's underneath that and
No score.
decides to bust.
Neil, you require 20.
One more at it.
10.
Can't get it done.
Well, he has to move across the hockey a little bit to
Richie, you
give
require
himself
20.
a bit more room, but Puts it on the inside. Can Howson find it? He
James
can
on
with
the
his
second
second
leg.
dart and takes
Richie
a 2-0
Howson.
lead in this match against Neil Duff.
Third leg, Richie to Faro first.
Break of throw.
Game on.
Well, only one game has been a whitewash win. And that was Neil Duff when he got bageled against
100.
Richard Roland's 4-0. Roland's averaged 95.43 in that match. And I know Howson's only halfway there,
140.
but he doesn't want to be a player who's lost 4-0 twice in one day. Especially when you consider
60.
that many people fancied him to come out and fly through this group. He might still do that, but it's not been the best start for him to this Group A campaign.
190.
Well, that max is going to help.
Perfect time, yeah, as he hits a 180.
$60.
Neil Duff won't be too worried. He knows what he's capable of. And he knows there's 2 more days yet to
131.
for things to go right for him and possibly things to go wrong for others. So he won't be panicking too much just yet.
60. Neil, you require 50.
Tops
Game shot on the third leg. Neil Duff.
gets a leg, Neil Duff, to take it to 2-1.
Fourth leg, Neil to Faro first. Game on.
And what you were saying as well, Trina, is almost relevant in the other direction as well. Not necessarily if you've played poorly and you still have time to
100.
wrestle it back, but you used the word earlier on, complacency, and that's not a word you'd normally associate with Richie Howson. But if he does end up top of this group, which is looking more and more likely with every dart throw, and he's currently on 6 points, 2 points better off than
100.
Richard Roland's, it doesn't mean he's untouchable and can't be shot down.
No, absolutely not. And, you know,
100.
Tuesday we call moving date, and it's called that for a reason, because you do get a lot of fluctuation within the table throughout the day.
68.
And time will tell as to where everybody sits going into tomorrow, later on today.
60.
And then obviously by the end of the day we'll know who's got the chances and who hasn't got their chances going into Wednesday.
100.
Don't forget, if you don't win Group A, then according to where you
100.
finish within the table, you will then move into either Group B or C. For the following Thursday and Friday.
180. Neil, you require
As Howson hits
141.
his second maximum of this contest.
Thinking about all of the darts we've seen
92.
today and each of the different
Richie require
players,
53.
as Richie Howson eyes up 53 with 2 darts at double top. Now double 10.
33.
Doesn't find it to go 3-1 up. But
Neil, you
Howson to me
require
is the only one I
49.
can think of that hasn't visibly displayed any frustration. Double 10.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Level
Neil
game.
Duff.
Well, Howson is quite mildly mannered anyway,
Fifth
so
leg,
it's
Richie
quite
to
placid.
Faro first. Game on.
So you won't see much of
Remonstration.
Yes.
You don't see a great deal of that from Richie. I totally agree. But I also think that part of it is because he's probably been the most consistent, and it's reflected in the score with the table.
140.
Whereas Neil Duff, we've seen him get angry. We've seen Robert Thornton look like he wants to smash the place to bits. Steve West has had a few head shakes. Even Richard Roland's in missing doubles has been annoyed at himself at times. And
140.
I'm sure Richie inside has been irritated with some of the darts that he's thrown today. But like you said, Trina, he doesn't tend to show it.
no, and it's you know, we all get frustrated. It's just
60.
whether you're animated about it, or whether you decide to hold that inside you. And personally, I don't think it's
83.
too good to show too much emotion, as it can give your opponent a real positive vibe if you're giving off
60.
negative vibes.
$137.
Lovely visit from Richie Howson. Nice little 2-darter. Incoming.
100.
That'll put him 3-2
Richie
up.
require
He was
100.
2-0 up. He's been pegged back twice by Duff.
The way his darts lie there,
23.
he was always going to go tops,
You require
tops.
141.
Now opportunity for Duff has gone. That for the treble 17, and he pulled that very low into the 17 bed.
57. Richie, you require 77.
Looking at 57 first. Can't get that, so it's a big 18. Or he's hit the double 18. That leaves 22, so double 11 for Richie Howson to go 3-2 up.
Game showing
Fair
the fifth
enough.
leg. Richie
Okay,
Howson.
then the owl.
Well, he shakes his
Sixth
head.
leg, kneel
First
to Thoreau
negativity
first.
that we've seen, really.
Game on.
But he puts the mistake right, and that's what it's all about.
$60.
Well, it goes down as another hit double. He's only hit 3 from 11.
100.
Meanwhile, Neil Duff has 2 from 7, but just has manufactured more opportunities for himself.
95.
The statistics looking very similar between the two players, but it's Howson who's found a way to get himself into the lead.
$100.
It's a good last start there from Richie. Finds the treble 20 with his last start. And that's a good dart
140.
for Duff as well. Finds a 140.
$100.
Well, pretty much level in this leg
85.
as it goes. Duff leaves himself on 1-2-1 after 12. And Howson here looking to put a bit of
81.
pressure on. Manages
Neil, you
81.
require 121.
Treble 20 now. Would have left double 18.
50. Richie, you require
Now
120.
Shanghai for Richie Howson for the match. He finds a treble 20, so tops for the match.
80.
It's just on the top of the wire.
Neil, you require 71.
For another last leg decider.
Game showing the
And
sixth
that's
leg.
what we get served
Duff.
up here at the Modus Super Series. At Senior Showdown in Group A.
Seventh and final leg.
Neil
Richie
Duff
to Thoreau first.
has levelled
Game
this
on.
match. And we go into a final leg for the 5th time today.
Did they not know I've got a hair appointment?
100.
Even if they did, they probably don't care, I'm
No,
afraid.
I'd be exactly the same if I was on that stage as well.
95.
We've still got another couple of games to run after this one. So we know at least a third of our matches have gone to a last leg decider.
140.
And I guess, Trina, that tells us something about how close this group could prove to be.
Exactly that. We've got 5
140.
players on 4 points as it stands at the moment. Richie Howson leads on 6. And Robin Thornton on 2 points at the bottom.
100.
That can very easily change.
Yeah, everyone's won at least 2 matches apart from Robert. But he does have the opportunity to change that. As he plays the last game of the
60.
afternoon against Richard Roland, who's one of
Richie
those
require
players
161.
in the mix on 4 points. Howson's already moved his way to 6.
65.
And Neil Duff is looking to take this last leg decider himself to move on to 6 points, but it will be Howson who's got the best opportunity to extend his lead at the top. Meanwhile,
138.
the setup is
Richie
decent
require
from Duff.
96.
He'll stay there. Well, decides to go
56.
double-double.
Neil, you require 68.
But 68 now for Duff for the match.
13. Tops for the game
28.
on the top wire.
Right on the wire, wasn't it?
Richie, you require 40.
That's a match start miss for Duff. There's one for Howson. And a second.
20.
And a third. An evil deflection that takes it below the wire.
Neil, you require 40.
Well, Howson, not the first time he's missed match darts today on that stage. And Duff wants double 10, which he does
Shot
get.
And a match. Neil Duff.
And Neil Duff took it to a last leg decider after being 2-0 down. And he wins that set decider with an 85 average, 33% on his doubles. Not a great deal to split the 2 players, nor this group, which continues after the break with Huntley against West.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we seen Neil Duff take a 4-3 victory over Richie Howson.
First leg, Michael to Faro first. Game on.
And now here we have Steve West taking on Mike Huntley.
100.
Now penultimate game of today's play.
And how would you assess the day so far
60.
in Group A, Trina? Still have this and another to run afterwards, Roland's and Thornton to close out the day. And with the way things sit at the moment, Richie Howson top on 6 points.
100.
He won't be able to add to that tally because he's just had his last game, which he's lost to Neil Duff 4-3 before the break. But Robert Thornton could join the mix of players on
134.
4 points. We'll wait and see whether that happens. But just generally with the way things have happened so far, what have you made of it all?
It's been a long day. It has been a long day. A lot of 4-3s. A lot of
38.
battled games today. We've only had one 4-0. And that was the Neil Duff Richard Roland game.
58.
So yes, it's been very... They've been fighting it out real good and proper today, I think is the way to put it.
We've only had one 4-0. We've only had two 4-1s.
64.
So the games generally have been very close, as evidenced by those last leg deciders, of which we've had 5. And, you know, it's perhaps that was beautiful from West. Excellent 171. Leaves him 78. Excellent timing as well from Westy. But I guess the fatigue might be there tomorrow for some of these guys as well, because they've had
59.
battles, as you say.
Steve, you require 78.
There's a possibility, of course. Well, the big number missed again
38. Michael, you require 140.
by West. An opportunity for Huntley now. Won't be taken. So West will return for tops for a break of
41.
throw in the first leg of this match.
Steve, you require 40.
Well, that is more than a concern, because that's not just missed. That's missed by miles. He's missed
30.
double 10 as well, much closer than his attempt at
Michael, you
tops.
require 99.
This is still a 3-darter for Huntley. Can be awkward. Finds the big number.
67.
Can't finish it off with 32 left.
Steve, you require 10.
So West looking at double 5.
Game
And
shot
double
of
5
first
he
leg.
finds with his
Steve
first
West.
start. Makes no mistake that time. Breaks the throw of Mike
Second
Huntley.
leg, Steve to Faro
Moves
first.
into a 1-0 lead.
Game on.
I mean, only he will truly know the answer, but why do you think Westy did miss tops by such a big margin? Is it a tired arm? Is he
100.
pulling them down low? I mean, is there a reason for it, do you think?
Well, it's a combination of things that it could be. Only he will know. You know, it could be a late release of the dart. Could be a tired
22.
arm, like you say. Or it could just be a slip out of the hand.
$100. $99.
We might feel a little bit shortchanged with just 99 from that, because that first start was, you couldn't have placed it any better in the 60.
No, it was a perfect first start, wasn't it?
41.
Oh, forget shortchange. That's change found down the back of the sofa from Steve West.
140.
Yeah, good 140 there from Huntley as well.
60.
And takes a deflection again. His third dart, and which is underneath the treble 20 bed.
28.
You do get to this time of the day as well where fatigue can set in. I mean, they are playing longer than what they normally would play.
21.
They've played more legs as well. So fatigue can play a big part as an explanation to these loose darts.
100.
Yeah, Michael Huntley gets us back on track with a treble to bring to an end visits of 41, 28, 60, 21. And it puts him within finishing range as well.
69. Michael, you require
Has hit
112.
116 today. Can he find 112? Needed 60 for a shot at double 16.
52. Steve, you require 110.
Just a single ton plus out shot for West as well. That was a 100.
Well, that can't go now either.
70. Michael, you require 60.
So to level the match. Tops.
Game
Tops
shot
he
on the second
finds
leg.
with his second
Michael
dart.
Huntley.
1-1.
Third
Break
leg,
of
Michael
throw
two for
as
row
well.
first.
So that break of
Game
throw
on.
that Westy had done in the first leg makes no difference now as Huntley breaks straight back.
100. $60. $100. $43. $140.
140 there from Huntley. Leaves himself on 161 after 9.
58. Michael, you require 161.
Finds a treble 20. Just high on the treble 17.
97.
But he will be back for the 64. But that maximum
180.
from West
Michael requires 64.
shows he can do it. Does leave a 160. But will he get the opportunity as Huntley looks at double 16?
32. Steve, you require 160.
Yeah, same old story for Westy, unfortunately, but brilliant
125.
recovery. And that's why
Michael,
he's
you require
chuckling
32.
to himself, because he knows he's got those levels to hit 160. But he can't get it
Game shot on the
started.
third leg. Michael Huntley.
Huntley finds his target. Takes the 2-1 lead in this race to 4.
Fourth leg, Steve 2 for row first. Game on. $84. $81. $140.
Nice 140 there from Steve West.
70.
And a good recovery there from Huntley. Let's find the treble 20 with his last start.
$26.
Yeah, definitely tired darts out there, I think, now.
140. $81.
West leaves himself 170 after 12. Could we see the big fish go this time?
85.
Come on, Westy. Give us something to feast on
170.
at the end of this day.
Well, not to be.
55.
So Huntley will
Michael, you require
get a look at the 125. So 60 now. Would have left tops, of course.
61. Steve, you require 115.
Well, I was looking for the 25 first up.
51. Michael, you require 64.
Another one of them for the double.
32.
That's just on the wire.
Steve,
So
you require
opportunity for
64.
West now to level on the same number. Tops.
Game shot on
Tops
the
is
fourth leg.
found.
Steve
Does
West.
indeed level the match at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, Michael 2 for first. Game on.
Did someone say last leg decider?
Yes, you just.
45.
Surely we can't see a sixth.
It wouldn't surprise me the way the play has gone today.
60.
Well, I'll just cancel my air appointment then.
Don't postpone it to tomorrow. We might see the same thing again because there's not been a
43.
great deal to separate these players. Richie Howson top, Richard Roland second, then Huntley in third. Along with West is on 4 points. Neil Duff below on legs
45.
difference. And Robert Thornton bottom of the pack. And up on that stage next in our 15th and final game of the day, who
85.
takes on Richard Rowlands.
$135.
Yeah, a nice 135 there from Steve West.
100. $140.
Followed by a nice 140 as well. In control of this leg.
100. Steve,
1, 2, 1 then.
121.
Treble 17, the target. Doesn't find it, so no shot at the bullseye
57.
for Steve West.
Michael, you require 128.
This might finish on the bull for Huntley, though. Treble 20.
88.
Well, he's left himself tops.
Steve, you require 64.
Some distance away. And a nice smile there from Steve West as he looks at double 8 to take
56.
the lead. He can't find it though,
Michael, you
so
require
again
40.
Huntley with the opportunity for a hold of throw. Tops required. And now double 10.
20.
And he can't find it either.
Steve, you require 8.
Double
Game
4
shot on the
is
fifth
found
leg. Steve West.
with a second dart for Steve West. Breaks the throw of Huntley and now finds
Sixth
himself
leg,
throwing
Steve, 2
for the
row
match.
first. Game on.
Well, Mike Huntley was the last player to win a game in this group, but he started off well, despite the fact he lost his opening game in a last leg decider because he was
100.
60% on the doubles in that match, despite defeat. But now looking through his outer ring stats since then, 25%, 25%. 22%. He's not been up and around 30, 35% aside from that first game of the day, which he lost. And I just wonder whether that might be where he's been coming unstuck. I mean, he's third in the group. He could be far better off than that. Had he just been a little bit tidier on his doubles. But again, I guess that's a story of darts, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure that
60.
if he's someone to look at stats, then I'm sure he's going to be looking at that point of his game. He'll know
60.
that that's where he's going to need to improve going forward. As with West has had moments of brilliance like we always get from Steve West. But then we've also had some very loose starts from him as well.
66. $60. 100. Steve, you require 164.
Gets a poke at this chunky finish.
I won't go this time, but he will be back. Huntley back on 194.
I'm not sure why West decided to stay there.
85.
Had he moved to the 18s,
31.
he would have been shooting at double 16 here. What on earth has happened there?
15.
I mean, he's missed
Michael,
the
you
ball.
require 109.
Yeah, he's dragged that way low, hasn't he? A late release of the dart, I'm sure that treble 19 was the target.
57. Steve, you require 16.
Well, double 8 for West.
Game shot and a match. Steve West.
And he's won the match. It's untidy, but Steve West takes it by 4 legs to 2. He was far better at the start of the match than he was at the end. It wasn't a classic, but Steve West picks up another couple of points that puts him in the mix at the top of the group. Our final game on the way next. Roland's against Thornton.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we take on our last game of today's play. We have Robert Thornton and Richard Rowland's taken to the hockey. And before the break, we've seen Steve West take a 4-2 victory over Michael Huntley. Wasn't a pretty game, but the job was done by Steve West. Now going into this match now. Richard in 4th position and Robert
55.
bottom of the table at the moment.
$60. $96.
Robert will be desperate to finish the day with a win, won't he? Absolutely itching.
100.
Yeah, he'd like more points to his name, wouldn't he? He don't really want to finish at the bottom of the table. However, even if he gets a win here, will he move ahead?
60.
Or will he remain in 6th position?
100.
Depends the margin of victory. Just looking at the table here. Because Michael Huntley has won 15 legs, and those last leg deciders might come into it, because even though there's a couple of days to go, picking up 3 legs in a 4-3 defeat, that might be the difference between
60.
qualification and going out. Robert Thornton is on 2 points. His leg difference is -3. He's only won 11 legs, whereas Michael Huntley has won 15. So that could be the deciding factor.
55. $60.
Well, Thornton leaves himself on 121. Roland's on 180. Would love a 140 here to leave himself tops. Have to settle for a ton if he can.
60. Robbie,
Can't
you
find
require
the treble.
121.
So 121 then for Thornton. And now he can't finish either. So Rollins will return for Shanghai on the
15.
20s.
Richard, you require 120.
Well, a wild dart there. Just needed to keep straight.
18. That's what he wants.
80.
Nearly got
Robbie, you require
36.
106.
Over to the 18s for Thornton this time.
He just thought that was in a 5 then.
He knows where that
43.
second one was.
Richard, you require 40.
Top cent for Rollins. Can he find it with his third dart?
No score.
No, he can't.
Robbie, you
So
require
Thornton
63.
back for 63 for a breaker throw.
Got
And
to
showing the
take it, and
first
he
leg.
does. These kind of
Robert Thornton.
opportunities have been eluding Robert Thornton all day. He doesn't want to
Second
end
leg, Robert 2 for
day
Ofer.
one of Group A,
Game
bottom
on.
of the pack. He's only won one of his games. He's the only player to have not won more than that.
81.
So that was an important moment for the Thorn.
It was indeed, and Only scores 81 as he gets off, but
60.
as it happens, Roland's only scores 60.
59.
There's a maximum from Richard Rowlands. First of the match.
55.
Thornton can only muster up a 55.
$140.
It's a good backup from Rowlands. 180, 140. Leaves himself on 121 after 9.
Yeah, just his fourth
58.
maximum of the day, despite the fact
Richard,
he's
you require
averaged
121.
above 90 twice. 17s. Well, you're as confused as I am, Rich.
Yeah.
I mean, he's on 121. He's throwing for the treble 19, probably because Robert Thornton's on 248, so he doesn't need to go for
89.
treble 17 bull. Clearly didn't want to, but the 57 left him 44, and he's managed to tidy up enough to give himself a chance at double 16 when he comes back.
84. Richard, you require 32.
Yeah, so looking at double 16. One dart in hand.
No score.
And he can't find it, so there is an
Robert, you require
outside opportunity here for Thornton to take out the 164. I was going to say his finishing has been good at times today.
56.
That 140 and 125
Richard, you require
check
32.
out earlier, but can't find the 160. And now Roland's looking at
Game
double
shown on the
16 to level the
Richard
match
Rowlands.
at one apiece.
Third leg, Richard 2 for row first. Game on.
Well, in a third of our matches today, 5 out of 15 now, there's been a breaker throw in the first leg. We've had more than a third of our matches go to last leg deciders.
58.
You can see the trend that I'm about to go on here. We've got 3 players on 6 points, 2 players on 4, and if Robert Thornton wins
95.
this, we'll have 3 players on 4 points. So basically, we've got almost too many divisions forming, but the gaps are so negligible between the players in the sense that no one's really been able to plant their flag in the ground. I mean, Richie Howson had the best opportunity
100.
and ended up losing in his final match 4-3 to Neil Duff. That would have put him on 8 points, which would have given him a cushion, a buffer to everyone else. But
96.
with Steve West winning his final match, he's on 6. Duff's also on 6 by virtue of beating Howson. So we're looking at this table now, and congested is the word I'd probably use to describe it.
Yes, a good word. It's very tight.
100.
As we move into tomorrow,
78.
moving day. It's all going to be swings and roundabouts again tomorrow, I'm sure.
$100. $85.
143 now
Richard,
for
you require
Roland then.
143.
Treble 20 is the target. Can't finish now, so looking to set this up. Treble 18.
57. Robbie, you require 147. $47. Richard, you require
Leaves himself
86.
ton if he gets back with this 86 for Richard Rowlands. He'll stay there. And now the bullseye. And he pins it almost smack bang in the middle. Holds his throw. Leads by 2 legs to 1.
2 for row first. Game on.
There is nothing quite like a satisfying bullseye, is there? And that was very satisfying
55.
for Richard Roland's. This will be even more sweet.
120.
That's unfortunate.
And then it goes sour.
Yeah, ends up picking that one off the floor. Would have been his second maximum.
45. $96. $62. $80.
Definitely a tired dart there with that 3.
I just get the feeling that
125.
as much as he's managed to find 2 trebles there, Robert Thornton is almost checked out of today, and he's ready just to put this day behind him, close the book on it, and start all over again tomorrow. And it's probably, in a way, fortunate that he's not a mile behind.
96.
And that the group is so close, because it means he doesn't really have to slog when he isn't feeling it, put it that way.
68.
He's wayward at the moment.
Richard, you require 109.
Double 16 then.
77.
That's just on the wire. So
Robert, you require
146 for Thornton.
I was about to say, how many times have we seen
26.
Roland's today go 2 darts into a combination
Richard,
finish and then miss the
32.
double at the end of it? But we've also seen that from Robert Thornton loads, from all of the players. Missing the segment entirely. Good guides.
16.
He's come too far inside, and once again he
Robert, you require 120.
runs his head through his hands. It's an opportunity that's passed him by, and Thornton might not pass this one up. For 120.
90.
Well, moves to the left to find a way through.
Richard,
But
you require 16.
pitches it to the left as well.
Bobby, he says to himself.
$8.
More misses for
Robert,
the
you
Welshman.
require 30.
Can the Scot sweep in?
To level up. Double 10.
10.
Well, he's pinned that in the hole of the 10. That's usually an exhibition
Richard, you
shot.
require 8.
Robert. Double 4 now for Richard Rowlands to move ahead by 3 legs to 1.
No score.
Nobody wants to win this leg.
Robert, you require 20.
After you, sir. Put a stop to it, Robert.
Game showing a 4 flag.
He heard
Robert
you.
Thornton.
Levels the match at 2 apiece. Just manages to hold
5th
his
leg,
throat.
Richard to Thoreau first. Game on.
Dare we say it? Do you think this is going to go to a deciding leg?
$96.
We have had more legs today than a millipede, it feels like.
This is true.
85.
So many missed darts at double in that last leg. Thornton looked in a really good position to take out that 120. And I just wonder, you mentioned it, Trina, he shuffled across to the left to try and just engineer a bit more room to throw at tops. I wonder whether he was almost still moving as he threw that dart, because
41.
The pitch was decent. It's just the line was off, and he ends up in double five, and he faffs around, takes him forever to win the leg. Just wonder whether he was still on the move when he threw that dart.
It's a possibility.
$60.
Either way, the line was not right. The weight of the pitch wasn't far off.
105. $60. $72.
Yeah, he's annoyed with himself there. Just needed to keep straight to leave himself a finish after that first dart. And this 120 now for Roland's.
Might go 25 here.
131.
11 instead, his preferred choice.
140. Richard, you require 54.
That's better in the scoring department from Thornton. What about the doubling department from Richard Roland's? Tops. 2 10s.
46.
Pitch tight.
Robbie, you require 58.
Into the wrong bed. And now for a breaker throw. Thornton requires
James
tops.
on the fifth leg.
And he pins it with his
Thornton.
third dart. Does indeed break the throw. Richard Roland's now
Sixth
finds
leg,
himself
Robert to
throwing for the
first.
match in
Game
this
on.
final game of today's play.
And a real expression of energy there from Thornton right at the back end of this
60.
first day's play of the Seniors Showdown in Group A. Interestingly enough, Rollins had left himself double 4, not deliberately, but that was the double that he had so much trouble with a couple of legs ago, where neither
60.
player really fancied getting it done and kept missing doubles left, right and centre.
$26.
What's that? 26, Robert, unfortunately.
You almost did that in his Scottish accent then.
He scares me enough, I wouldn't be doing that.
96. $60. $60.
60 apiece for them both there.
36.
And Robert Thornton really getting frustrated with himself. And to be honest, he'll probably be feeling that he's glad it's the last game of today.
41.
He'll want it to go back and reset for tomorrow.
Yeah, even if he goes on to win this, it wouldn't surprise me if he walked off the... He might even walk off the stage now. I was about to say, it wouldn't even surprise me if he walked straight off the stairs and out the front door and back to wherever he's staying. But
26.
he nearly just abandoned the match there and then.
Robert wouldn't do that. He might have gone down the stairs and then come back up.
100.
I mean, this has been a real lapse, I suppose you could call it, from Richard Roland's, because
45.
he's missed 18 darts
Richard, you
at
require
double
144.
in the match, and he's allowed Robert Thornton back in. He can't continue to do so. He's not going to check out 144, but he's going to have 6 darts from this position. He's already used 2 of them.
44.
Well, leaves himself a ton when he returns. Robert resets.
140.
Well,
Richard,
almost
you require
hits the
100.
max, but that certainly puts pressure on this ton for Richard Roland's. Is he going to go tops? Well, he's pitched it high.
40. Robert, you require 108.
So to wrap it all up, 90 required. Can't find the treble. 18.
Richard, you require 60.
So Roland returns for 60 to level the match and take us to a deciding leg.
Would be a 6th decider of the day. Yep,
Game Sean the
that's what we get.
There it
Richard
is.
Rollins.
The final leg of the
Richard
day
to
then.
throw first. Game on.
And this time Robert Thornton's remembered that it needs to be 3-3 for it to be a deciding leg, because he forgot that in the last game.
As did you.
You weren't supposed to mention that bit.
$100. $140.
Yeah, good start. One big push. One last effort is what they'll be thinking.
Well, where's this been all game from both players?
99.
Roland's goes off 199 in 2 visits. The Thorn, a 140 followed by
94.
a 94.
$97.
This is a good deciding leg so far. Much better in terms of standard compared to what we've seen for the whole rest of the game.
83.
A little slip there from Thornton.
Yeah, if it kept straight there, he would have left himself on 167. But that going into the treble. 1.
Sums up his day, Trina, really, doesn't it?
It does really, doesn't it? I'll probably be glad to get this day over and done with, to be fair.
121. $44. Richard, you require
84 then for Richard for the match.
Looking at 14. Bullseye to win.
45. Robbie, you require 140.
Well, he's already hit this once today. Won't hit it again.
Catch.
70.
Yeah, he was aiming in the general direction of the commentary box there, and that was slightly scary from our point of view. Can he frighten Thornton with 39, though? Richard Roland's double 16. And he gets it with his last dart in the last leg of the day in another last leg decider. And that's been the story of Group A today at the Senior Showdown. The final match sees Robert Thornton beaten, which means he's won just one of his games today. It means he's bottom of the table on 2 points. Richard Roland started the day off brightly, winning 4-3 in his first match. A 95 average he posted also through the day in game number 7. And he closes out with victory over Thornton by 4 legs to 3. Well, this is the slate of results that we've had in the final few games. Richie Howson was the player who looked likely, Trina, to be top of the pile. You can see him there beating Richard Roland's 4-3. That was the result that took him to the top of Group A. But actually, as it is now, Richard Roland's, by beating Thornton in another last leg decider, look how many we've had just in the last few games alone. He's top of the pack.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous day for last game deciders. And there you see the table, how tight it is in the top. And Michael Huntley in 5th position in 4 points, and Robert at the bottom of the table with 2. But it's so close going into tomorrow's play.
Yeah, we get to do it all over again in Group A. That's tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Session 2 of Senior Showdown Week. And then, of course, Women's Week is coming up as well in the not too distant future. Monday the 12th of January, that's at 9:30 as well. We have 50 weeks worth of live darting action for you on Pluto TV. Finals night of Senior Showdown, of course, concludes this week. We're only at the very beginning of it. But stay with us here on Pluto TV as the Series 1 and Series 2 champions are broken down in Break of Throw. That's premiering after this on Pluto TV. We'll see you back tomorrow at 9:30 after that, though, here on Pluto TV.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is.
And that was it! And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout player. Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Darter tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Darter double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Ski do the same. Just needs the one treble here on the 19s, finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.